Good morning, everyone. It is 9:30. Welcome back to the State Water Board Water Right Change Petition hearing for the California WaterFix project. I am Tam Doduk. Joining us shortly will be sitting to my right, Board Chair and Co-Hearing Officer, and also joining us will be Board Member Didi Adamo. To my left are Dana Heinrich, and please welcome Connie Mitterhofer, our new Supervising Water Resource Control Engineer, who will be now joining us in Diane Riddle's place. And Kyle Oceandusko, to my far left. Also assisting us today will be Ms. McHugh and Mr. Hunt. Usual announcement: speak into the microphone, speak clearly, begin by identifying yourself and your affiliation, because this is being webcasted, recorded, and our court reporter is here. Make arrangements with her separately. If you would like to have the transcript sooner than at the end of part 1, which is when we will have it posted. Second announcement is, actually I switched the order. Second announcement is to identify, if you need to, the exit closest to you. In the event of an alarm, follow Mr. Herrick. No. Mr. Herrick will lead us down the stairways, not the elevator, to the first floor and across the street, observing all traffic signal directions, to the park, where we will gather and wait for the all clear signal to return. And finally, and most importantly, as always, please take a moment and put all your noise-making devices on silent or vibrate. And I'm particularly sensitive about this, as you all know, because I listen very intently to every word that is spoken during this hearing. So please take a moment and double check. All right. Before we get into it, Ms. Heinrich, I will ask you to clarify an issue that I believe was raised by Ms. Desjardins yesterday regarding the final EIS.
Yeah, so during cross-examination yesterday, Ms. Desjardins commented on the fact that we don't have a link on our website to the final EIR, which is identified as a board staff exhibit. And I think that we've indicated previously that because staff are no longer planning on offering staff exhibits into evidence, we don't plan to update that page. So it's incumbent on any parties who want to offer those exhibits into evidence to do so on their own. And because the final EIR is a public document and it's already posted, I believe, on DWR's website, we don't feel like it's necessary to create a link on our own website. I confirmed with Mr. Mizell yesterday that DWR does not intend to offer that exhibit into evidence during this phase of the hearing. So if parties wish to use excerpts from that document for purposes of cross-examination, they should reproduce those excerpts and label them as a cross-exhibit when they introduce the excerpts from the final EIR.
Any questions about that? Any other housekeeping matter that we need to get into? Okay. Oh, Mr. Becerra.
In the previous portion of the hearing, we had a no ties on Friday policy, and I don't want to anger the hearing officer by wearing a tie tomorrow, so I wanted to confirm if...
Casual Friday will always be the case as long as I'm the hearing officer.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Oh, and also I've been advised that it might be a bit inhumane to go from 9:30 to the lunch break without a break. Yes. So we will strive to take a break, and I'll look to Mr. Hitchens and other cross-examiner to find a natural break between 10:30 and 11 for us to take a very short break. Ms. Meserve. I don't believe that microphone is on.
Morning. Just wanted to, OSHA Meserve for Land et al. On the FEIR subject, I do note that some of the DWR exhibits do cite to the final EIR. So I don't know how to handle that issue, as you know, in terms of this apparent position of the petitioners that the final EIR is not part of evidence for this proceeding, because their own witnesses have in fact cited to it, and those portions are not included as excerpts. Otherwise, I do not believe. So I believe it does sort of pose an evidentiary problem, and I don't know what to do about it, but I just want to raise that to you.
Okay, Mr. Mizell?
Mizell, Department of Water Resources. It's not the position of the department that it won't be admitted into evidence. It's the position of the department it'll be admitted into evidence during Part 2 once the final EIR is certified. We feel that it would be inefficient to labor the hearing record with 2 full copies of the final EIR-EIS. And the more appropriate one to use, in our opinion, would be the certified final EIR-EIS. So it doesn't pose an evidentiary issue because the record won't be closed until the conclusion of Part 2. So at this point, it's our feeling that we can cite to the final EIR-EIS. It's a public document. People have had access to it for quite some time now, and it will be admitted into evidence before the close of the entire hearing.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mizell. Ms. Meserve, I assume you are not satisfied.
Yes, I guess I just object to that procedure. I don't think it makes any sense. If they've cited to the final EIR, they should be just like the other parties to this case, be required to put forth, they should have put forth those parts of the final EIR on which the testimony relies so that we could review it and whatnot, and so that it would be part of Part 1, because their experts have identified that this is somehow relevant to Part 1. And so I had noticed this with respect to some of the testimony of Brian cites to the final EIR. However, in discussions with the previous panel on groundwater, of course, they're referring to mitigation measures that have been revised in the final EIR and whatnot. So it just I understand not having a hearing record that is overly burdensome, but I believe that the petitioners should have at least provided the excerpts of the things upon which their experts rely on, if not the entire final EIR, if they expect the evidentiary weight to be given to their citations to this document. The fact that it's out there available somewhere, I think we disposed of that kind of argument back with the modeling, that it needed to be brought forth as evidence. And I believe the same would apply here with the final EIR.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Before you get up, Mr. Mizell, I see some nodding head in the audience. Let's get it on record. Does anyone wish to join in on Ms. Meserve's objection?
Thank you, Chair Dudek. Matthew Emmerich, City of Antioch, and I'll join in with Ms. Meserve's objection.
Michael Jackson on behalf of the CSBA parties. We think the objection is well taken, and we join.
Dan Womack, Clifton Court LP. I would like to join in as well. Thank you.
John Herrick, South Delta Water Agency et al. Any portions that have been cited to would need to be provided. In our opinion, we have joined in the objection.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mizell.
Citations that our witnesses provide in their testimony are quite clear. They reference page numbers, chapter numbers, section numbers. The document is public, and all of these parties who have objected actually probably have a copy of it already in their offices. So I would think that by following the page numbers and section numbers and other citations that our witnesses provide, they can clearly find where we're citing to in the large document. Again, I think it's duplicative if we start submitting large portions of this final document ahead of when the whole is submitted into evidence.
Right, thank you. We will take it under advisement, and we will get back to you shortly on that. With that, we are now up to the cross-examination of Mr. Milligan. Did you have a question, Ms. Offenberg?
Yeah, this is back on house cleaning. Is this one?
Yes, please use that one.
Mr. Milligan informs me he is available until 1 o'clock today. So if we have any, I think we've estimated cross-examination about 3 hours. If it goes longer than that, we might have to reschedule another day for him to appear.
All right, let's see how it goes. Before we do that, let me run down the list. I see some new faces, particularly Mr. Jackson. So let me run down who I currently have for cross-examination, and then we will append as necessary. I have Mr. Hitchens, who is already ready for 45 to 60 minutes, followed by Mr. Becerra for about 30 to 45 minutes, and that would be Group 7. Group 8, Ms. Nickel has estimated 5 to 10 minutes. Then I have, I believe, Group 18 for about 15 minutes. Yes. Ms. Meserve, Group 19 for 10 minutes or so. Mr. Herrick estimated 5 to 10 for Group 21. And Ms. Desjardins, Group 37, estimated 45 minutes. Anyone else wishing to cross-exam, please come up, identify yourself, and give me a time estimate, please.
Michael Jackson on behalf of the CSPA parties, I would estimate 15 to 20 minutes.
And you are Group 31. Thank you. All right. Mr. Hitchens, please begin as soon as Mr. Milligan and his counsel come up and have a seat. Ready, Mr. Milligan?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Hitchens?
Hey, good morning, board members, board staff, and good morning, Mr. Milligan. Andrew Hitchings for Protestants, Glencoosy Irrigation District, and Biggs West Gridley Water District. I'll be doing the lead cross-examination for the Sac Valley Water User Group, and then there will be some other questions following after I do the lead for that group.
And before Mr. Hitchens begin, I would like to get clarification from Mr. Berliner. I do not have you as representing the Department of Interior.
I've been asked by Ms. Aufdenberg if I would provide assistance to her. So I'm here on a temporary basis, just providing assistance to the Bureau of Reclamation. I'm not counsel of record.
Okay. Mr. Hitchens, please begin.
Yes, if you'd like, I can just go through quickly the topics. It's actually going to track pretty much the key points on rebuttal that are summarized in Mr. Milligan's rebuttal testimony, and those are the bullet points with regard to operational philosophy and water supply reliability, using fall exports and joint point of diversion, conveying fall water, and with regard to storing water in upstream reservoirs, and then the health and safety pumping levels issue. And I have a highlighted copy of Mr. Milligan's testimony. I have additional copies that I have it ready to bring up on the screen. I have additional written copies. I'm not sure if the board members or staff would like those. It might help Mr. Milligan and council if they have them, but it will be brought up on the screen if that's helpful. And if you could bring up, it's labeled GCID 22. And this is the next exhibit in order. Actually, I'm sorry, it's GCID 21. Apologize. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Milligan, I'd like to start out, if I could. Did anyone assist you in preparing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And who was that assisted you?
Several of my staff and several of the other modeling folks that will be testifying provide some information as well.
And did you prepare the figures and tables that are in your testimony?
They were prepared under my supervision.
Who in your staff assisted you with the preparation of your rebuttal testimony?
Ms. Parker and Kristen White, both with the Bureau of Reclamation.
And did Ms. Parker assist with the preparation of the figures and tables that are in your testimony?
I believe she did, but she may have also had some help from Ms. White.
Okay, I'd like to start with, if you can refer to the 4 citations and quotations of excerpts of prior testimony by Mr. Beret, and those are at the outset of your testimony here on GCID 21, and this is just a highlighted version of your actual written rebuttal testimony, DOI 36. And in referring to those 4 citations, is there anything that's stated in those excerpts of testimony that indicates that MBK's modeling submitted in this proceeding fails to follow any rule, regulation, or written policy?
Of the category of things that you mentioned, not that I am aware of.
And is it at least possible that with the Cal WaterFix project in place, the CVP and SWP could be operated as Mr. Beret states in those experts of testimony?
There are many ways that the 2 projects could be operated. And this is a possible way, at least as it relates to the monthly time step and the resolution you would see in CalSim.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to the operational philosophy portion of your testimony, and if you can scroll down to the bottom of page 1, and then it continues on to the top of page 2, that highlighted section. And if you could just quickly read that. I'd like to ask a few questions associated with that highlighted section.
I don't think we need to verbally read it
No,
out loud.
I'm sorry. Just to get your bearing. And I think the key item is that the CVP is and always has been operated to make full use of excess water during wet periods and use stored water to supplement releases and deliveries when adequate water is not otherwise available. The use of Cal WaterFix would not change this operational philosophy.
Yes, I see that.
And to your knowledge, does the petitioner's modeling for the project reflect this operational philosophy?
I think generally it does, yes.
And is this operational philosophy, is it mandated under any particular rule, regulation, or written policy?
Specifically, no, but it has been the practice over the decades, the operations of the projects, and to a large part how the projects with, particularly the CVP, was designed and contemplated, certainly does.
Okay, so is it possible that with the Cal WaterFix project in place, the CVP could be operated in a manner that does not comply with this operational philosophy?
It is possible that the project could be reoperated either with or without California WaterFix to change that operational philosophy.
And can you say with certainty that Reclamation's operational philosophy for the CVP will never change in the future?
I would say no, but my current understanding as to what our contractual obligations and regulatory requirements would be, this has proved to be the most efficient way to use both the infrastructure that we have available to us and our current understanding of the hydrology.
But your answer to the question is that it's possible that that operational philosophy could change in the future.
It is possible that it could.
Okay, I'd like to move on to the portion of your testimony that emphasizes using fall exports to increase allocations south of the Delta, and that really has bearing with the use of the joint point of diversion. So if we could refer to page 3, first full paragraph, there's a highlighted section there. And if you could just read that to yourself and let me know when you're finished. And the key sentence that we will focus on is that my questions will focus on is the last underlined sentence.
I see it there.
So consistent with this written rebuttal testimony of yours, petitioner's modeling assumptions for the proposed action do not incorporate the use of joint point of diversion as part of the south of Delta allocations process, correct?
I am speaking to the typical allocation process that we do in actual operations, and typically we do not factor in the use of joint point in large quantities when making allocations.
And for the actual modeling assumptions for with the Cal WaterFix in place, the petitioner's modeling doesn't incorporate the use of joint point of diversion as part of the allocations process. Is that correct?
This may be more of a modeling intricacies of CalSim. I do know that CalSim does identify some use of joint point to the degree that that joint point is driving the allocations. In CalSim, that is possible, but the reality is that joint point is typically not something that has proved to be reliable enough to actually incorporate into our true allocation process year to year.
So are you saying you don't know whether the use of joint point is included in petitioner's modeling with regard to south of Delta allocations process?
I do not know if the current version of CalSim as included in the petitioner's submittal is actually driving the allocations in a particular year. No.
Petitioner's own modeling shows that with the Cal WaterFix project in place, there would be less water available on average for CBP south of Delta deliveries than under the no action alternative. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, on average.
And do you know how much less water on average those deliveries will be with the project in place as compared to the no action alternative?
In terms of the modeling, no, I do not off the top of my head. As we've stated in some of our other testimony, that the exact proportions between the CVP and the State Water Project have yet to be worked out. But as illustrated in the modeling specific as CalSim has identified it, if one were to parse out between the CVP and the State Water Project, the CVP in a number of years would receive less water than we would under the no action.
And going back to the last underlined sentence in this section of your testimony, it is still possible that with the Cal WaterFix project in place, the use of joint point of diversion could be incorporated into the allocation process. Isn't that correct?
With a number of criteria and to address, let's say, potential uncertainties, it is possible in the future that some level of joint point could be used in a future allocation process, but that is not necessarily consistent with what's currently done. So the answer is yes, it could be possible in the future.
Thank you. Are you aware whether Reclamation in the past regularly conveyed CVP water through the Banks pumping plant when Reclamation was operating the CVP under State Water Board Decision D 1485?
Yes.
Do you know to what extent this did occur?
This preceded the period where I was working within CVP operations, but there were some years there, as my recollection and from the record, that were fairly high. But again, those were later in the fall and typically after the irrigation season had played out.
And are you familiar with you are familiar with the 2008 OCAP biological opinion?
Yes, I am.
Correct?
For the
if we
Fish
could
and
pull
Wildlife
up,
Service?
I'm sorry.
The Fish and Wildlife Service 2008 opinion?
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we could pull up GCID 22. This is a highlighted excerpts of State Water Board Staff Exhibit 87. And so I'm going to, I've labeled this GCID 22, which is the next exhibit in order for that protestant.
Mr. Hitchens, Mr. Jackson. Is your microphone on?
Thank you. I'd actually like to hear sort of an offer of proof for this document. As someone who has been rigorously revised in regard to fish and wildlife, I don't really understand why this is a Part 1 issue and not a Part 2 issue.
Good question. Mr. Hitchens.
I think we're going to get to that. This portion, the excerpted highlights that I have in this document, it's a lengthy document, so this is 8 pages. I've highlighted the section that talks about the use of the joint point of diversion within the project description for OCAP operations, which includes CVP operations.
All right. Please proceed, Mr. Hitchens. But Mr. Jackson, I appreciate that note. You're on your toes today. No. No. Browning points, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, thank you. If we could move to, I think it's on PDF pages 8 and 9 of this document, and it's page 27 of the BIOP, 26 and 27. And again, this is the section of the BIOP, the Fish and Wildlife Service BIOP, that includes the project description that was evaluated for ESA consultation. And looking at the second highlighted bullet, if you actually go up a little bit higher on this page, yeah, it says in general, the joint point of diversion capabilities will be used to accomplish 4 basic objectives. And if we scroll down to that second highlighted bullet point of the 4 objectives, it indicates that when summertime pumping capacity is available at banks and CVP reservoir conditions can support additional releases, the CVP may elect to use joint point of diversion capabilities to enhance annual CVP south of Delta deliveries. So with that as part of the project description, under current CVP operations, reclamation could use joint point of diversion capabilities consistent with this objective. Isn't that correct?
When both capacity is available and can be supported by additional releases upstream, yes.
And are you aware whether reclamation may have any plans to seek dedicated capacity at banks if the Cal WaterFix project is approved?
That would kind of fall under the efforts of trying to understand how the 2 projects would operate in conjunction with the WaterFix in place. And as I said, that has not been completed. There's still a lot of work to be done there. One element of that could be some dedicated capacity, but we are far from coming to any resolution of that.
But does that mean that reclamation does have current plans in the work to seek that dedicated capacity?
Our only plans are to work with the state on how we would share available supplies with WaterFix in place. Because as you've pointed out, that Without any changes, it does appear that the CVP would receive virtually the same or just slightly less water than the no action alternative.
And are you aware whether any CVP contractors south of the Delta have requested reclamation to obtain dedicated capacity at banks if the Cal WaterFix project is approved?
There is, I have heard some discussion of that, but I have not seen a formal proposal.
And so it is possible that reclamation could obtain dedicated capacity at banks if the Cal WaterFix project is approved. Isn't that correct?
It is, well, it is possible. It is possible without approval of the WaterFix that we could negotiate some dedicated capacity with the State Water Project to banks as well.
Okay, I'd like to refer back to your rebuttal testimony, and that's going back to the highlighted GCID Exhibit 21. And if we could go to page 3 of that, bottom of the page, and it's within that last full paragraph. If you could just take a moment to read that portion of your testimony.
Yes, I see it there.
In that first sentence, item 2 provides that California WaterFix is expected to reduce the risk of diverting allocated water to its south of Delta contractors, correct?
We talk about a greater ability to capture unstored excess flows in the wet periods and to
But one of the points of that is that it's expected to reduce the risk of delivering allocated water to south of Delta contractors, correct?
due to through Delta restrictions, yes.
And the way to reduce that risk is to allow reclamation to convey water in upstream reservoirs for Delta exports more throughout the year. Is that a fair characterization?
That's probably not how I would have recharacterized this particular point. I think the point here was driving at something like Old Miller River flow constraints, where it may not be excess conditions. We may be in a balanced condition potentially in the Delta, but because of constraints under the current Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinion, restrictions on the amount of reverse flow in Middle and Old River could be alleviated by the existence of new conveyance and the northern diversion point. And that's really what that second point was driving at, not an ability to move greater volumes of CVP water in the summer period.
Well, has Reclamation produced any plan for how it would operate the CVP with Cal WaterFix in place to use that greater ability to convey stored water throughout the year?
We have not completed any plans along those lines. But generally, it does appear with the joint operations of the two projects, these are the two benefits that we see from the projects as it's currently configured.
And has Reclamation proposed any operational limits on its exercise of that greater ability that Cal WaterFix would provide for conveying stored water throughout the year for export?
Not beyond what's generally described in the calcium modeling at this point.
And those are just modeling assumptions, not operational limits, correct?
That's a fair statement.
In the second sentence in that highlighted portion there, you state that prioritizing upstream storage in the fall would likely be further emphasized once the California WaterFix is operational. Is there any rule, regulation, or written policy that requires Reclamation to prioritize upstream storage in the fall?
No.
And when you say this priority would likely be further emphasized, it's still possible that may not occur, correct?
Well, we may find that we're not able to capture as great of the excess flows in the delta in the wintertime. So we may end up being back at a similar position than we are today. But we do anticipate a greater ability to capture wintertime flows and to be able to operate entrainment risks better in more balanced conditions in the winter and spring. So we do believe that is a benefit and the byproduct of the new conveyance and point of diversion. And if that does come to fruition, then we would probably have less emphasis to try to reposition stored water in the fall upstream and move that into San Luis Reservoir.
Well, I appreciate
That's the
the
point
detail
of-
on that, but the question was, it's possible, even though you say it's likely to be further emphasized, it's possible that that may not occur, correct?
That is possible.
And then in the third sentence, you state it is unlikely reclamation would choose to move additional stored water in the fall with the Cal WaterFix in place at the expense of overall upstream storage. Again, a similar question. Although you state it is unlikely, it's still possible that reclamation could choose to move additional stored water, correct?
It is possible.
And notwithstanding any modeling assumptions, under actual operations with the Cal WaterFix in place, reclamation will still have some discretion to decide whether to release more stored water from upstream reservoirs and export it, correct?
I believe reclamation will assess the particulars of that point in time, hydrology, relative storage amounts, and make a decision if available capacity is available, yes.
And so they would retain that discretion to release more stored water provided they meet any baseline regulatory requirements, correct?
I think we would make that decision, though, also in light of the various contractual obligations we have in addition, yes.
And you'll make that decision within reclamation's discretion as to how to operate the project, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to refer to SVWU 107, and I have that on the flash drive, if we could just pull that up. And it's on page 14, figure 7. And this is the MBK written testimony during the Sac Valley Water User Case in Chief. And figure 7, this shows the petitioner's modeling of the preferred alternative, that in the modeling under the preferred alternative, Jones exports decrease by an annual average of 24,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
That does appear with what MBK's analysis shows, yes.
And had you reviewed that analysis as part of preparing your written rebuttal testimony?
Yes, but I will say in light of our previous testimony that the specific breakdown between CVP operations and state water project operations still is yet to be determined. So these specific breakdowns between and this is a good example, pumping at Jones Pumping Plant, although that's what is in the CalSim modeling, may not ultimately be how we divide up the available supplies between the two projects.
Well, under actual operations with Cal WaterFix in place, in your opinion, do you believe reclamation would decrease south of Delta deliveries and increase upstream storage as the modeling of the preferred alternative suggests?
I think it is very possible that with a scenario that we do increase upstream storage and have an agreement with the state where we would have equal or slightly better delta pumping for delivery to CVP. And that will all depend on how we proportion ownership or payments or renting, if you will, of capacity within the new tunnel facility. All yet to be negotiated.
But if you have water available which would be a trade-off versus increasing upstream storage as opposed to reducing south of Delta deliveries, do you believe that Reclamation would operate the project with the Cal WaterFix in place under that scenario?
The scenario that you described is probably not the only choice, but I don't think that we would ultimately come to agreement to an operating scenario that comes to that kind of conclusion. In essence, if I understand your question, that is a operational scenario that limits the CVP's ability to move water south of Delta and leaves it stranded upstream, is probably not a scenario that we would ultimately find acceptable.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go back to GCID Exhibit 21. This is the highlighted version of your testimony. And if we could go to page 6, there's a highlighted section there as well. In this section of your testimony, you generally criticize MBK's modeling because it includes too many years in which there is a zero allocation to the CVP south of Delta contractors. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, I probably wouldn't characterize it quite that way, but in our earlier line of discussion where this is a possible scenario of operations, I think that if this was a proposal of shifting our operational strategy, it probably has it skews, although potentially on an average annual basis, higher deliveries, it does create many more zero allocation years for water service contractors than we would probably find acceptable and or probably of utility to our contractor base.
Well, let's go through that then. So if we look at figure 1.3A, and if we can scroll up on that a little bit to see the whole, I'm sorry, so you can see the whole figure, correct? So this compares CVP south of Delta allocations in the petitioner's modeling and MBK's modeling under the no action alternative, correct?
Yes, this 1.3A is a comparison of no action alternatives.
Okay, and so a dot on the bottom line that's designated 0% indicates a year in which the relevant modeling depicts a 0% allocation to south of Delta contractors, correct?
Yes.
And in figure 1.3A, there's 7 dots on the 0% allocation line, which reflects MBK's modeling. And there's 3 blue dots. So there's 7 red dots for MBK and 3 blue dots on that line that reflect petitioner's modeling, correct?
Yes.
And so for the no action alternatives, there are 4 years in which petitioner's modeling shows an allocation to CVP south of Delta contractors when MBK shows a 0% allocation of those contractors, correct?
Yes, 4 additional years, yes.
And then if we could go to figure 1.3B. And your understanding is this is the comparison with the Cal WaterFix in place, correct?
Yes, we've got a nomenclature that we, of the H3 plus and Alt 4A for MBK.
And in this instance, there are 6 red dots on the 0% allocation line that reflect MBK's modeling and 2 blue dots on that line that reflect petitioner's modeling, correct?
Yes.
So in this figure, for the Alt 4A, which is the Cal WaterFix scenario, again, there's 4 years in which petitioner's modeling shows an allocation to the CVP south of Delta contractors when MBK shows a 0% to those contractors, correct? 4 more years.
I believe that's the case, although it's hard to say if there's one dot there that looks, it's a little blurry, so I can't tell if it's 2 dots very close together or 1. There may be 5 there, but.
Okay, fair enough. So referring back to 1.3A,
Yes.
for the no action alternatives, in the 4 years in which petitioner's modeling shows an allocation to CVP south of Delta contractors, while MBK, while their modeling does not, do you know in how many of those 4 years any of the CVP's upstream reservoirs are drawn down to their minimum modeled level?
I'd have to cross-check those, but they are probably, some of those are fairly low years, because the way that this was kind of set up was, these are inflow forecasts, which probably coincide with some pretty low storage levels as well. So we don't have a chart that shows that.
Do you know, sitting here today, whether even in any of those years, the CVP's upstream reservoirs were drawn down to their minimum modeled level?
It would not surprise me. Calcim, as it's currently configured, does tend to do that. And so, but I don't know for sure. I'd have to get the data out and line it up specifically and identify which years these actually are.
Okay, well then let's just assume that in any of those 4 years, one or more of the CVP's reservoirs would be drawn down to the lowest level Calcim can model. Do you believe that's appropriate, in your opinion, to allocate water to the CVP south of Delta contractors in those years?
If, again, this is a modeling question, again, Calcim as a comparative tool, I think we're talking about something that's a little bit outside the realm of that. If we had a real-life situation where reservoirs were drawn down to near dead pool, or very low levels, that we'd have to look very hard at what the allocations are, and see if those allocations are appropriate given those storage levels. There may be idiosyncrasies about distribution of hydrology in a particular year that may make it make some sense to make some water available in a year where one reservoir may be very low, but that's the real life situation and not necessarily the modeling. But Calcim does tend to drive the reservoirs down further. I think that my critique of the takeaway from this data is not so much the number of zeros, but the fact that it takes the reservoirs down lower. It seems to be that there's a strategy here, which, although be it possible and not precluded given our current policies and regulations, that somewhat shifts the philosophy that pushing and being very aggressive to make higher allocations, even though you may end up with overall lower allocations in a number of these years. It's not just the dots lying on the zeros, but also the pattern within, let's say, when the inflows are below 7,000 acre feet, that they seem consistently lower. And I think that that's a product of some carryover of being more aggressive at other parts of the operation within the Calcim simulation. So it's more than just the zero allocations, but I think that does highlight a little bit of some aggressiveness in this particular presentation of how the CVP could be operated both in the no action case, and then it seems to highlight some other concerns in with California WaterFix in place.
The point is, Mr. Milligan, in some of those years where there are allocations to south of Delta contractors, under the petitioner's modeling as opposed to years where MBK's modeling does not provide for allocations to those contractors. Petitioner's modeling actually did draw the reservoirs down to their minimum modeled level, isn't it correct?
I think both did, and there could possibly be a few of these years if we're, again, unless we're talking about and looking at the specifics of a year, this may be allocations that are the product of carryover storage in San Luis that are independent of where Folsom or Shasta storages may be going in a particular year.
But you don't know that sitting here today whether that was the case, correct?
I think, no, I don't.
Okay,
And I
I'd
wouldn't
like
be
to
able
move
to
on
say that
to-
it's pulling on the upstream reservoirs to make an allocation south of Delta either.
Okay, let's move on to the health and safety pumping levels of your testimony. If we could move to page 4. And it's the last full paragraph, first sentence. And if you could just take a moment to read that section.
No, I'm sorry, I went the wrong direction. Page 4?
Yes.
Paragraph.
Page 4, last full paragraph, first sentences. There's a number of highlighted sentences there, and I have a couple questions on the first sentence.
Okay, yes, I see this.
Okay. So in that first sentence, are you asserting that providing water for refuges is for public health and safety purposes?
During the drought, we actually have had some discussion along these lines, and given the potential for massive bird kills and the dire conditions for waterfowl, that some water for refuges in very low conditions would in fact be a public health and safety concern.
And then how much of that 1,500 CFS minimum is periodically used for refuge supplies under those conditions when pumping is reduced to meet minimum health and safety needs?
I would say, depending on the time of the year, and but typically that might be more of a fall or winter type operation. Not so much in the, most likely a fall would relate potentially to a health and safety concern, but typically not a summertime operation. So where we have run into the 1,500 CFS in the past, and many times talking about minimum health and safety level of pumping, has been in the spring and summer period.
Let's look at your second sentence there. And that says an operation that assumes a minimum pumping of 300 CFS from Jones for an extended period of time is impractical and not consistent with safe operation. As such, Reclamation would not operate the CVP in a manner that would require the pumping levels depicted in MBK's modeling. Reclamation did, in fact, operate the Jones pumping plant in 2014 and 15 at the pumping levels depicted in MBK's modeling. Isn't that correct?
It appears to me that the level of minimal cycling of pumping that would be required was much more often in the MBK modeling.
No, but just for 2014 and 15, Reclamation did operate Jones in the way that it's depicted in MBK's modeling. Isn't that correct?
My point isn't the pumping level. Yes, there were periods of time where we did have to pump at that level, but the amount or the occurrences of that were far less in what we would typically think. We'd only be in the most extreme circumstances, like 2014 and 15, where that may be the last resort operation. And my observation of the MBK modeling is that that's occurring more often. So although as a snapshot within CalSim, is that an occurrence that we saw in those particular years? The answer is yes, but we're seeing it far more often than we think would be appropriate in the overall MBK modeling. And that's the point of our
let me ask this.
point.
Would Reclamation bring Shasta or Folsom down to dead pool levels or below the NIMS biological opinion RPA levels to support Jones pumping above 300 CFS?
We would, that is a very general question. Under certain circumstances, yes, we would. And we would work with NOAA Fisheries, and frankly, if it was a controlling feature within the Fish and Wildlife Service of biological opinion, we do have processes in place that if this is a question of public health and safety, that we would analyze that and find is least risky operation from a fishery standpoint to be able to carry that off.
And
But
that
we
would
would certainly consider it.
That would require you to go through a consultation process and potentially a temporary urgency change petition process?
Well, as it relates to the biological opinions, we probably would enter into some form of consultation. I don't know if it would be formal or not, but given the urgency of the situation, we would probably be actively speaking with the fishery biologists and the ESA folks within both NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service, and probably reaching out to State Fish and Wildlife as well about the circumstances to see what our options are. But that would be a very because it's a public health and safety concern, we'd be acting fairly quickly. Now, we'd also have to evaluate the situation as it was to see if a temporary urgency change petition was necessary in that circumstance. Not knowing all the specifics would be very difficult to know.
Well, let's go to page 9 of your testimony, first paragraph. If you could just take a moment to read that.
Yes, I see that.
So according to this testimony, petitioners exercised their judgment within the modeling to set the minimum pumping at Jones and Banks during extreme conditions as part of their modeling for the Cal WaterFix project, correct?
Yes.
And conversely, MBK exercised their judgment on this modeling assumption for their modeling for the project. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they did.
Because as you state, it's not a hard constraint within CalSim, correct?
It is obviously something you can change within CalSim too. So obviously, a modeler can go into the code and modify the code to manipulate this input.
So do you know whether MBK's modeling results with regard to the Cal WaterFix project's potential effects on upstream storage would be different if their modeling had used the same minimum pumping levels at Jones and Banks as the petitioner's modeling did?
I'm going to object to this question. We're getting further into the realm of modeling, and Ron has used modeling results to discuss operations. He is not here today as a modeling expert. We have modeling experts in the next coming up panels.
Mr. Hitchens?
I'm asking him whether he knows that, and he has referred to the modeling results within his rebuttal testimony, and this question is directly relevant to that.
All right. Mr. Milligan, please. Mr. Becerra?
I just want to anticipate possible further objections along this line. Mr. Milligan's testimony is all about a critique of MBK's modeling and presents extensive modeling results.
Thank you. Mr. Milligan, please answer.
As I understand the question, is if MBK had used the same assumptions related to health and safety export levels, would that have changed the upstream storage levels in their modeling results? And the
Correct.
answer is no, I haven't seen those results, so I don't know if that is, and I'm not asserting that it wouldn't or would be different. I just don't know what it is, but I am concerned that the assumption that MBK has used here would create a circumstance that we don't think would be supportable, and we'd want to avoid that type of operations for health and safety, particularly as it relates to Jones Pumping Plant.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the cross that I have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And as Mr. Becerra is coming up, let me handle a couple of housekeeping issues. One, Ms. Offenberg informed us earlier this morning that Mr. Milligan will not be available after 1 o'clock. In the future, I would like prior, at least a day before, being informed of that for the purpose of everyone else who's planning to conduct cross-examination of Mr. Milligan. Secondly, I will expect then, Mr. Mizell, that your next three witnesses, Brian, Owen, and Priest, will be available immediately this afternoon so that there is no gap in the hearing. Is that correct? And Mr. Mizell just concurred. And then finally, for the court reporter, as well as everyone's sake, given this change in Mr. Milligan's scheduling, we will then take our break at 11 o'clock and not take our lunch break until 1 o'clock. All right? Mr. Becerra and Mr. Hitchens, you did, wherever you are, did a very good job at estimating your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Milligan. My name is Ryan Becerra. I'm the attorney for protestants, City of Folsom, City of Roseville, San Juan Water District, and Sacramento Suburban Water District in this hearing.
Good morning.
I'd like to start off, first of all, your testimony generally is a critique of MBK's modeling testimony, correct?
I would say it's maybe a critique or at least comments on some of the assumptions within that modeling.
Okay, thank you. Could we please pull up exhibit SVWU 107? And in particular, page 28. Thank you. And could we scroll down a little so we can pick up all of table 3 there? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Milligan, do you see the table labeled average annual change in CVP delivery by water year type, DWR, USBR, BA alternative 4A versus, minus DWR, USBR, BA, NAA?
I see the table, but please don't ask me to read it.
Understood. If we could blow that up a little.
Thank you.
Mr. Milligan, do you see the section of the table labeled south of Delta?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the column ag service?
Yes.
And do you see that in all years there's a minus 13 representing minus 13,000 acre feet?
I see the row that's labeled all years and that number, minus 13.
Is it your understanding that petitioner's modeling shows that the average of all years CVP south of Delta ag service contractors would receive an average of minus 13,000 acre feet with the proposed action versus the no action alternative?
If, again, to clarify, that is what the modeling is showing. If there is no changes to any of a number of criteria and sharing between the CVP and the State Water Project, for example, within the coordinated operating agreement or otherwise, that there would be less water for the CVP south of Delta.
And that is this minus 13,000 acre feet as an annual average. Is that consistent with your understanding of what petitioners' models show would be the effect on south of Delta CVP ag deliveries as a result of the implementation of California WaterFix?
Again, without any additional negotiations about how the two projects would share the available water south of Delta, this is a number that I think is consistent with other modeling that's been done to evaluate effects, yes.
And so you are the operator of the CVP currently, correct?
Yes.
So
I'm
in
the
that...
operations manager for the...
I'm sorry?
I'm the operations manager for the operations office.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So in that role, you expect that the CVP and the SWP will be negotiating alternative operating arrangements with California WaterFix that are different than what is assumed in the modeling presented in this hearing?
Yeah, I think in terms of sharing available supplies that would be diverted in the Delta, yes.
So just to confirm, you do expect that the CVP and the SWP will be negotiating different operating arrangements for California WaterFix than have been presented in the modeling in this hearing?
I think that what's been presented in this hearing has been not to be specific about the split of water between the two projects south of Delta, that still needs to come. And this particular modeling is saying, well, setting that aside, what has been done would suggest that you have less water for the CVP. And it's my expectation that reclamation, that some of the water that's currently being shown, if you saw a companion chart for the State Water Project, shows some additional water that they're getting. You would see a plus here, that we would find a way to share that water to be able to identify the minus, to take care of this minus. Now, CVP does have a benefit in the dry year, if you looked at that row, but my expectation is we would see slightly different sharing of the available water in the Delta.
So just again, it's a yes or no question. As the operator of the CVP, do you expect that the CVP and the State Water Project will negotiate different operating criteria for California WaterFix than has been presented in the modeling for this hearing?
I'm going to object if he's going to ask that again. That not only is asked and answered, but I think there's a confusion on his definition of operating criteria.
Mr. Becerra, your definition of operating criteria?
It would be whatever Mr. Milligan indicates the CVP and the SWP will be negotiating in the future.
It's an important point. Mr. Milligan, please answer.
I guess as the operations manager, this really is not one of my functional tasks. My task would be to operate the project, and I'm not in the position to be dictating the terms between Reclamation and Department of Water Resources as to how we're going to operate. So I will say that, yeah, this has been my understanding, is that this modeling as currently presented would show slightly less water for the CVP, particularly south of Delta. But that has also coincided with an increase of supplies for the State Water Project. And it had been my understanding, and it has been our testimony, particularly when myself and Mr. Lehi testified, that we collectively have made our presentations about the total amount of water between the two projects that be made available.
Okay, thank you. But you are here to testify as the CVP operator to critique MBK's modeling of how the CVP would operate with California WaterFix, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, in answering similar questions like Mr. Hitchings, you said there's a lot of work to be done to determine how the CVP and the State Water Project would work to share water with California WaterFix in place, correct?
That's my observation, yes.
What work do the CVP and the SWP have to do to determine how to share water with California WaterFix in place?
Well, one would be to evaluate as this process goes further as to what the final set of operating criteria would be with regard to exactly how the protections would be laid out?
No, can, the witness is still answering the question.
One at a time. Ms. Offenberg.
I have an objection to this line of questioning. It's beyond the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Becerra?
I don't believe it's beyond the scope of his rebuttal testimony. His entire rebuttal testimony is a critique of how MBK depicted the projects would operate with California WaterFix in place. So if he has some lack of understanding as to that, we should be enabled to ask questions to determine what needs to be done so he can understand how the projects would operate.
Mr. Mizell?
I'm going to join in Ms. Offenberg's objection. What Mr. Becerra is seeking is to predetermine negotiations that have yet to occur, and Mr. Milligan has not testified as to what those negotiations would consist of, nor what the result would be.
Can I add?
Offenberg.
His critique does not go to how the model's aggregated, the supplies available through the Cal WaterFix, but his critique goes to the aggressive operational philosophy used to show an impact to storage.
It's a fine point, but Mr. Becerra, I will allow you to proceed as long as you walk that fine line.
I'll attempt to find that line. So I asked Mr. Milligan an open-ended question that was interrupted by counsel. So I'd like to just repeat the question. Mr. Milligan, you testified in response to Mr. Hitchings that there's a lot of work to be done between the CVP and the SWP to allocate water with California WaterFix in place. What work needs to be done between the two projects?
Well, there's quite a bit of work to be done. I think that's been identified and discussed in general. But part of that will depend on, as we get into the specifics, as to the protections for the species protections that are going to be needed, particularly as it relates to the Delta. I think particularly of interest is how do we share the amount of water that will be available for export in the Delta that's currently being shown in aggregate between the two projects, and how will that be shared? I think that's the primary aspect of this, not what our operational philosophies will be.
Okay. If we could please pull up Exhibit BKS 53. And Mr. Milligan, this exhibit is excerpts of the July 2016 biological assessment for California WaterFix that I believe the Bureau of Reclamation produced. It is generally staff exhibit SWRCB 104. This is just a small excerpt. These are excerpts from the description of the proposed action. Are you familiar with the July 2016 biological assessment for California WaterFix?
Not intimately, but I have reviewed sections of it.
Okay. Could we please scroll down to page, the third page of this? And the highlighted section discusses spring outflow criteria for California WaterFix, correct? And I have to apologize, I have copies of this that I can provide you, if that would be more easier.
Well, that could be easier. Well, all I could say is it does seem to be discussing lungfin smelt and probably spring outflow associated with habitat for lungfin.
I'll give you a copy. That'll make everybody's lives easier, I think.
Thank you.
Would the board and council appreciate copies as well? Okay, Mr. Milligan, let me point point you to the sentence in the highlighted section that begins "to avoid," and it reads, "To avoid a reduction in overall abundance for longfin smelt, the PA, proposed action, includes spring outflow criteria which are intended to be provided by appropriate beneficiaries through the acquisition of water from willing sellers."
Yes, I see that. I do appreciate the hard copy.
I try. Mr. Milligan, are you aware of any agreements between Reclamation and any willing sellers to contribute water to spring outflow criteria that may be required as part of the approvals of California WaterFix?
No, I am not.
Okay. Are you aware of any discussions to obtain that water from willing sellers?
Currently, no.
Okay, thank you. Let me point you to the next section, or next sentence, which reads, "If sufficient water cannot be acquired for this purpose, the spring outflow criteria will be accomplished through operations of the CVP SWP to the extent an obligation is imposed on either the SWP or CVP under federal or applicable state law." To the best of your knowledge, have the CVP and SWP determined how they will bear responsibility for these spring outflow criteria as part of California WaterFix?
No. I think that would probably depend on the extent of an obligation imposed by federal or state law.
And so this is a matter that the CVP and SWP will need to determine in the future in relation to California WaterFix?
It would appear.
As part of that sentence, it says that these spring outflow criteria will be accomplished through the operations of the CVP SWP. As a CVP operator, how might that be accomplished?
Objection, this is way beyond the scope.
To the best of your ability, Mr. Milligan. And if you don't know, then just say
Well,
so.
how we would do that, I am not sure, but it would probably be either a combination of increased storage release and/or reduced exports at a particular time. My understanding of this action is to have spring outflow, so to augment spring outflow, it's usually one of those two things.
Thank you. And by storage releases, you mean storage releases from any CVP reservoir?
Well, I would assume a CVP reservoir that could provide delta outflow or net delta outflow.
And what CVP reservoirs could provide net delta outflow?
Well, typically, a typical operation, we're probably talking about released storage from Shasta or Folsom, but in theory, water imported from the Trinity Basin could do that. It is possible that water released at New Maloney's could contribute to that. It is conceivable even water released from Millerton during a time where we have connectivity to the San Joaquin River could also, in theory, do that.
In other words, highly speculative at this point.
If someone were to press where would it come from, it'd probably be a Shasta or Folsom, but it is possible to operate in a way that could make that possible. But again, the other option is to reduce exports at a particular time.
And the two projects would have to determine how this would be accomplished before California WaterFix could begin operation, correct?
I'm going to renew my objection. This is beyond the scope of Mr. Milligan's testimony. This goes into part 2 issues of mitigation for fish impacts. That's my objection.
I am interpreting Mr. Becerra's line of questioning as it applies to the operation of what is before us. So in that aspect, your objection is overruled, and Mr. Milligan will answer to the best of his ability. Obviously, your objections earlier about speculating as to the potential outcome of these negotiations between the projects are things that Mr. Milligan cannot answer and will not be able to answer.
Understood. So the question was, the projects will need to determine how to comply with any stream outflow criteria in the future before California WaterFix begins operations, correct?
I would assume that all the criteria that may be part of what comes out of the biological opinions, of which this might be a subcomponent of, we would have to understand how the two projects would operate in unison to deal with that. And that's a generic answer, and I don't know how to answer it much more detail because we don't know specifically to what extent it may, the size of an action and/or if that would be something that may be more geared to one of the projects or the other specifically.
Thank you. So beginning a new line of questioning, if we could pull up Mr. Milligan's testimony exhibit.
That reminds me, Mr. Becerra.
Yes.
You did not give us an outline of
Oh,
your-
I apologize, yes. So we've just dealt with the first part, which was to deal with some issues that were opened by Mr. Hitchings' cross-examination about the assumptions that went into Mr. Milligan's critique of MBK's modeling. I now want to ask him about some of his statements regarding how the CVP operates. And then I want to ask him about, I think that covers it. There are a couple different sub-traits of that category. So if we could pull this exhibit DOI 36, please. Okay, thank you. And on that page 1, if we could scroll down to the heading Operational Philosophy. Thank you. Mr. Milligan, do you see that first sentence under the heading, the CVP was developed in part to improve water supply reliability and subsequently drought relief?
Yes.
Have you been employed by Reclamation the entire time since the CVP was developed?
No, I have not.
And the CVP components were authorized by a series of federal laws, correct?
Correct.
Further down in that paragraph, there's a sentence that begins, the CVP is and always has been operated to make full use of excess water during wet periods and use stored water to supplement releases and deliveries when adequate water is not otherwise available. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, I do.
You have not been employed by Reclamation the entire time the CVP has been operating, correct?
No, I have not.
You began as the CVP's operator in 2004, I believe?
As the operations manager, yes.
Operations manager. And so you did not serve as the CVP's operations manager before the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan took effect, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, if we could go to page 3 of this testimony and the last paragraph of page 3, please. Mr. Milligan, do you see the sentence in that paragraph? Given the possibility of an upcoming drought in any given year, Reclamation's philosophy has always been to minimize releases in the fall and prioritize upstream storage for the following year. Do you see that
Yes,
sentence?
yes, I do.
Oh, thank you. And again, you have not been the CVP operations manager the entire time the CVP has operated, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Becerra, I don't know how many additional sentences you're going to point out with this theme, but perhaps we can cut to the chase. Mr. Milligan, since you have not been employed by the CVP during its entirety of the project, on what basis do you make these statements in your testimony?
In essence, as a review of some of the authorizing language, looking at and reviewing older documents as we've, through the period of time, developing project descriptions for particularly the 2008 biological, 2008-2009 biological opinions, looking at some of the old operating criteria and plans. The idea of picking up excess flows in the delta in the wintertime period and then storing that into San Luis have been kind of an underlying theme, and to be able to then build your storage in your upstream reservoirs for later in the summer, and thinking about subsequent operations beyond just that particular year. Now, some of these statements may be somewhat dated to a degree as being post-San Luis unit, post-State Water Project. Certainly, though, prior to the State Water Project and San Luis unit coming online, the CVP did make significant use of available flows in the spring period to meet irrigation demands and tried to minimize its upstream releases. So it's basically a review of past operating criteria, plans of the past, the authorizing documents, and then also talking with folks that have been working with the project quite a bit longer than I have.
If you have a point that you'd like to get to in this line of questioning, Mr. Becerra, rather than walk us through multiple sentences?
Yes.
Please go
Understood.
there.
So, Mr. Milligan, you have understanding of how the CVP operated before the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan took effect?
I do have some, yes.
And you have knowledge of how the CVP operated the joint point of diversion under Decision 1485?
Yes.
And did the CVP use joint point of diversion differently under D 1485 versus under the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
Hold on, Mr. Milligan. Mr. Mizell.
Yeah, I'm going to object to this as being beyond the scope of Mr. Milligan's testimony. What we have here is an attempt to go back in time and question him about operational practices in the past that are not part of this project, not part of what we've proposed to do. And I just don't see how it's relevant.
Mr. Mizell, petitioners make the argument of looking at your past practices and your past operation and use the trust us argument in terms of future operation. So I will allow Mr. Becerra some latitude in terms of exploring this avenue, but I appreciate that Mr. Milligan may not be able to answer specific question with respect to past state water project operations.
Yes, understood. Yeah.
I'd like to note, though, D 1485 is not part of the proposed project.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Milligan, do you understand that the CVP used joint point of diversion differently under D 1485 than under the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, referring back to that sentence that we were talking about, given the possibility of an upcoming drought in any given year, you say that Reclamation's philosophy has been to prioritize upstream storage for the following year. What does that mean, to prioritize upstream storage?
And I apologize if the sentence isn't clear. This is a question of prioritizing, let's say, a decision that there is available capacity in the delta to move water, let's say, into storage at San Luis Reservoir, the federal share. Many times, Reclamation will prioritize keeping a good part of that chunk of that water in storage in its upstream reservoirs, as opposed to moving the water, releasing it, many times probably paying a fairly high carriage water loss to move some portion of that release then into storage south of Delta.
Okay.
So we do see a premium in going into a subsequent year of keeping water in storage in our on-stream reservoirs as opposed to moving water off-stream, except in the most kind of lopsided scenarios, which would be a scenario where, gee, we're fairly close to our top of conservation pools. We may have be coming off of a wet year, but for whatever reason, we may have some very low storage at St. Louis. That may be a circumstance where we would consider paying a premium, if you will, on carriage water to be able to move across the Delta. But as a general rule, we will want to make sure that we first take care of business in terms of having a good starting point to build our on-stream storage coming into a new water year.
The operation that you just described, is that required by any law or regulation?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that is a discretionary decision by CVP operators?
Yes, the discretion that we believe gives us a high likelihood of meeting our regulatory and contractual obligations.
And that discretionary decision could change at any time, correct?
Well, I think within the construct of some of those things would take longer to change, let's say, if they're a matter of policy, but those things could change.
Thank you. I'd like to refer to Exhibit BKS 50, please.
Mr. Becerra, how much longer do you anticipate needing?
I think 15 minutes, tops.
Are you okay with going for another 15? All right, then we'll take our break then.
Mr. Milligan, Exhibit BKS 50 is excerpts from a December 7th, 2015 draft order that this board issued. And I have a full copy of it if you'd like to see the full copy. Were you aware of this order, this draft order at the time this board issued it?
Is this a draft order or is this an order?
This is the draft.
Oh.
I'm going to object. I can't envision currently how this is possibly related to his rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes, it's related to his rebuttal testimony because he has testified that the CVP prioritizes the protection of upstream storage in its operations as a discretionary philosophy. And in this draft order, the state board proposed and ultimately required minimum upstream storage in drought conditions.
So why are you not operating from a final order?
Because I need to discuss how the CVP responded to your draft order.
All right. Overruled, Ms. Offenberg. Continue, Mr. Becerra.
So, Mr. Milligan, are you aware of this draft order?
Well, it would not surprise me if there was a draft prior to the final order.
Okay, thank you. If you could please refer to the second page of that exhibit. In particular, there's a paragraph 4, and it's highlighted on the screen. In this paragraph, this board proposed a minimum October 16 storage level of 200,000 acre feet in Folsom Reservoir. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know how Reclamation responded to this draft order?
Specifically, no, but it would not surprise me that I addressed the board and said I didn't think this was a good idea.
Okay. Let me pull up exhibit BKS 51. you see on the second page of Exhibit BKS 51, this letter was signed by David Murillo, the Regional Director of the Mid-Pacific Region of Reclamation?
Yes.
If we could go back to the first page, the first highlighted section. It says, however, we object to the board adoption of the proposed reference, of the board's adoption of the above referenced proposed order as currently drafted due to procedural and substantive concerns.
I see that.
Do you recall making comments at this board in support of this draft letter?
I don't know if I specifically made comments as it relates to this letter, but I do believe that I've made comments that are along these lines, yes. Lines of thinking.
By along these lines, do you mean that you appeared here to object to the board's imposition of minimum carryover requirements in upstream reservoirs as part of the draft order?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That completes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Zera. With that, we will take a 15-minute break. We will resume at 11:20, and then we will continue until 1 p.m. Please take your seats. It is 11:20, and we're going to resume. Before Ms. Nickel begins her cross-examination, if my math is correct, and if everyone is extremely efficient and stick to the lower range of their time estimates, we might be able to finish your cross-examination by 1, Mr. Milligan, but it's possible that we also might not, in which case I would like a time certainty of when you'll be returning for the rest of your cross-examination. Would that be tomorrow morning? I want a time certainty so that cross-examiners may be prepared. Tomorrow morning, starting at 9:30, if we do not finish by 1 o'clock. All right. Thank you. Ms. Nickel.
Thank you. Just to summarize my very brief cross-examination of the topics, just to start with a couple of follow-up questions regarding the testimony on shared capacity, and then some specific questions about the testimony and figures related to North of Delta Ag Service contract allocations. Good morning, Mr. Milligan.
Good morning.
So to start up and follow up on some of the testimony and question we've heard about the yet to occur negotiations regarding the share of capacity that will be added by the project. Wouldn't that yet to be agreed upon share between State Water Project and Central Valley Project change how the upstream storages would be operated under the CVP?
Although that's possible, at this particular juncture, not necessarily likely. We probably, the range of what I think is currently contemplated would be something that would stay within the operational framework that we currently see within what's been presented in the environmental documents and in the holistic or in aggregate operations that we've seen so far.
But it's possible that those changes could go outside of what's been presented so far, correct?
Well, it is possible. I guess the question would become whether it's prudent. And we would certainly find ourselves in a position that a range of things that could occur may not be prudent because they might significantly change the upstream operations and be potentially putting us at risk to some other obligations indirectly, contractually, or just in terms of fishery protections for cold water pools, as an example, or meeting in-stream flow requirements at a particular time. So that's not where we're thinking. We're more thinking is how do we negotiate what's currently the split of where we're at in the Delta, predominantly in those excess flow conditions, and not anticipating a significant change in upstream operations.
But I think I heard you say it is possible, correct?
A lot of things are possible.
Is that a yes?
But not prudent.
And I'll move on. So that was a yes?
It is possible, yes.
Thank you. Can we please pull up Mr. Milligan's rebuttal testimony, DOI 36? And on page 5, so there at the top, and yet starting with section 1 under figures, we're going to focus on this figure as well as the description of it. So in the first sentence on the label figure 1.1, your testimony states that the steep drop in the MBK, and I'm going to paraphrase slightly, the MBK modeling at around the 60% exceedance mark and the very low delivery levels, about 80%, indicate an extreme distribution of allocations that CVO does not consider reasonable. But it would be possible, again, to operate the project in a manner that results in those steep drops in North of Delta Ag Service allocations in 60% of the years, correct?
Well, the modeling would suggest that it is. I'd have to give some more thought in terms of the actual operations around that, but an aggressive allocation philosophy is what this is representing, and I think it does, and I would concur that the outcome here is if you were aggressive in that manner and allocating as much water as you can in a particular year is going to have an effect later on in some dry sequence, and that's kind of what this modeling indicates. So these exact numbers, are they possible? Hard to say in real life, but that trend probably is representative of something, again, that's possible. But is that a prudent operation? I'm not sure.
Are there any legal requirements that would prevent reclamation from operating this way? Object calls for a legal conclusion.
To your knowledge, as the manager of operations, Mr. Milligan.
I think nothing comes to mind in a direct sense. What does concern me is particularly when you have, as often as this may suggest, low allocations, that there may be indirect elements here that I would really want to consider because it may put us at risk of not being able to meet some legal requirement down the road. And, this may be, it's hard to isolate these things. Oh, it's just affecting the allocations. It may be affecting some other things as well. So if we were actually going to try to implement this on a long-term basis, this type of strategy, I would say we'd want to be very, very thorough in what those implications could be, and more than just the review that I've been able to do with this particular modeling.
And I think I heard you say that there are no, to your knowledge, legal requirements that would prevent reclamation from operating this way. Isn't that correct?
In a direct sense, no, I don't believe there are.
Thank you. So another sentence I'd like to look at is the second sentence. Reclamation will make more conservative allocations in all but the wettest years in an effort to reserve water supply for more reliable delivery through drought periods. Is this statement an existing requirement in the operations of the Central Valley project?
This has been, again, I don't know what that means, but this has been the practice and is consistent with CVPIA, some of the language there about what is the yield of the project in some pretty significant drought sequence of the late 20s, early 30s. And this would change that philosophy, certainly, and may have other implications as well, as I said. So again, I can't think of something legally that directly says thou shalt do this, but there's a whole number of things that have evolved over the decades that fit within that kind of a philosophy.
So you're giving me a lot of information, and I'm asking a very direct question. I'm going to try one more time.
It's usually how these work.
And I'm asking a very specific yes or no question, and
I am not aware of a direct legal requirement that dictates the allocations.
Thank you. So now I'd like to look at the figure itself, figure 1.1. I think I heard you testify earlier that you had some assistance in preparing these figures. Is the person who prepared this figure going to testify in this proceeding?
That's my understanding.
And who is that?
I think, I believe this was prepared by either Nancy Parker with the Bureau of Reclamation or Kristen White. And both, I believe, are on the panel later on the modeling.
Okay. And can you describe for us just generally what your understanding of what this table is showing or this figure is showing?
The 1.1 figure? Mm-hmm. It's in essence, in these, if you haven't kind of looked very often at these exceedance plots, it's basically just ranking the output from the calcium simulation for a particular set of assumptions. In this particular case, it's ranking delivery and how often that delivery number is met. So this would say in the wetter end of towards the zero in this particular case are wetter years, and you see that the allocations are fairly high, or the amount of delivery in this case, which kind of will track with allocations as well, is fairly high for wetter conditions, and as you get into drier conditions, you see that drops off. And depending on how you operate the CVP or some of your operational assumptions, you'll get a different trace as you go through with that. And the modeling that's traditionally been done for the CVP, which is more akin to the blue lines, is something that's had many, many years of input from both folks that get delivery of water as well as operators for both the CVP and the State Water Project. The red lines would imply a change in that philosophy in a degree as to how those allocations would be done, and it does appear that it would be something, maybe an imprecise term is more aggressive in making allocations. When water's there, let's allocate higher numbers, which would suggest that you could get some higher numbers, but there's also some times where you would get lower numbers as you get to the drier. That's my attempt to interpret what I'm seeing here.
Thank you. That's helpful. Are you familiar with the concept of export estimates in the modeling?
Is a term for within calcium modeling?
Yes.
That is a precise term, no.
Okay, I'll direct those questions to the modelers then. Thank you.
I would prefer, yes.
Last set of questions, if we could pull up SVWU 107. And we've seen this table already this morning. We're looking at table 3 on page 28 of that report. All right, thank you. There we go, thank you. We're going to focus on the second set here, the second table under table 3 that has the title Average Annual Change in CVP Delivery by Water Year Type, DWR USBR BA Alternative 4A minus DWR USBR BA NAA. This is a table showing the differences in the modeling results as between the no action alternative that was prepared by the petitioners and the proposed project that was prepared by the petitioners. Is that right?
That's what the table is purporting to be comparing, yes.
And on the far left side of the table, under north of Delta, there's a column entitled Ag Service. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that those numbers reflect the delivery results in the model for ag service contractors in the north of the Delta, right?
That would be how I would interpret what's presented here.
And so isn't it right that even under Reclamation's own modeling, it shows that in some years north of Delta, ag service contractors will receive less water under the project?
These suggest there's several water year types that have slight changes, but on the whole, or averaged out, it looks like slightly more.
But on a water year type, in some types of water years, there will be reductions, right? Not just changes, but actual reductions. Is that right?
Well, let's see. These are the units here thousands of acre feet? I'm not sure I'm picking up what the units are here on this.
It's right under the table. It says all values are in 1,000 acre feet.
Okay. So that's not those are not very big numbers.
But it is less, correct?
Well, the model is suggesting it could be less. And then I'll say what appears to be the below normal seems to be the bigger negative. But my observation with calcium results is these are never exactly the same. So this is not a very big change.
I think I heard your answer. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Milligan, now that we've seen this table twice, and you've had to answer the same question twice about different columns in this table, does your last answer apply to all the columns in this table? That's what the model suggests?
That is what, not having examined model output to these numbers, I have not done that type of fact checking, but this is what this table seems to suggest, and accepting at face value the pluses and minuses here, that there's some numbers are a little bit bigger than others, and the single digit ones are very small, and I'd say those are not very significant. And the calcium output is not an exact science, so this would show, my interpretation of a lot of these numbers are that they're very close, or no change. The south of Delta export numbers are probably ones that warrant a little more inspection.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nickel. And next up is group number 18.
Morning, Mr. Milligan.
Good morning.
The two issues that I want to go into today are, first, the operational philosophy of reclamation, and then the second is actually going to be an issue brought up by Mr. Leahy on joint operations, and the reason I want to go into that is because Mr. Leahy has testified as to joint operations, but has only backed it up with data from the SWP. So I would like to ask Mr. Milligan's opinion regarding the CVP side of that, and I'll limit it to that only.
Okay. With respect to the operational philosophy, we've already established that the operational philosophy, yes, does extend beyond Mr. Milligan's time with the project, but that he has formed those opinions based on his review of materials and based on his knowledge and his expertise. We've also established that the operational philosophies are not in any written manner in terms of a requirement that is specific to the operation of the project. And yes, there is possibility of change in the future, though Mr. Milligan, of course, cannot predict what those changes might be, and he believes that, well, never mind. So I would strongly advise you to, if you're going to explore the issue of operational philosophy, to not revisit those grounds.
I don't think we'll be revisiting that. We'll be within, I think, Mr. Milligan's time frame at the Bureau of Reclamation exclusively, and I don't think anyone's touched on these other issues. So.
Good. And with respect to your second point, how is the second topic within the scope of Mr. Milligan's rebuttal?
I guess it's in the scope of the petitioner's rebuttal, and if Mr. Leahy was here right now, I would ask him these questions with the anticipation that he would probably defer to Mr. Milligan on the CVP issue. And since we only have Mr. Milligan here right now, I just want to get his thoughts on what Mr. Leahy has said and then leave it at that. If he says he doesn't know, I'm willing to accept that and just move on.
I'll allow you to proceed, but that does not seem very fruitful, so we will see.
Thank you.
And do you mind beginning once again with name and affiliation, please?
Sorry, Tim Wyszewski for the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. We'll start with Mr. Milligan's written rebuttal testimony, so if you could pull up DOI 36, please, and go to page 2. Mr. Milligan, if you would direct your attention to the third full paragraph. You write in there that water years 2014 and 2015 represented a, quote, set of extreme hydrologic conditions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then in reference to those years, you state that reclamation requested modification of some D1641 requirements. Do you see that at the bottom of that?
Yes.
But those are not the only years in which reclamation requested modifications to D1641. Is that right?
That is correct.
In fact, even before the most recent drought, reclamation was having difficulty meeting the February to June base flow requirements at Vernalis for under D1641, correct?
Objection. Mr. Milligan's testimony relates to the operational philosophy of the CVP with respect to upstream reservoirs, not New Melones on the San Joaquin.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
Did not go to operations of New Melones on the San Joaquin.
If I could respond, I think Mr. Milligan just stated a little bit earlier that spring outflow might actually come from New Melones, so this, I think, is definitely relevant.
To the extent, Mr. Mizell?
Yes, I'm going to object to using the answers to a previous cross-examination question as the basis to open up cross-examination of Ron Milligan's rebuttal testimony to the sky's limit. It's a practice that's been employed today, and I don't think it's appropriate.
I appreciate that, and I've noticed that as well, but I'm also to avoid having the same question asked again in order to establish it for cross-examination by different parties. Go ahead and ask your question. I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but Mr. Milligan, of course, is free to answer that he is not able to provide the information.
Sure. Mr. Milligan, in years 2003, 2004, 2005, 2009, 2015, and 2016, Reclamation submitted temporary urgency change petitions to the State Water Board seeking a relaxation of the February to June base flow requirements under D1641. Isn't that correct?
I can't attest right now to the years, but there's a number of years, and those few of those do pop out that is correct.
If we could pull up SJTA 201, please. Mr. Milligan, this is a letter that was written by you to Tom Howard of the State Water Board, and the purpose of it was to explain to the board how Reclamation planned to address its difficulty in meeting the San Joaquin River flow requirements in D1641. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, it looks familiar.
You could go to the third paragraph, please, on the first page. Do you see in that paragraph where it's the final sentence? In addition, even prior to the expiration of the San Joaquin River Agreement, Reclamation had difficulty meeting the February through June base flows contained in Table 3 of D1641, and TUCPs were submitted in 2003, 2004, 2005, 2009, 2015, and 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not?
It does.
Thank you. And even after the San Joaquin River Agreement ended in approximately 2011, Reclamation had difficulty meeting not only the base flows, but also the pulse flow requirement in D1641. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's true that you anticipate that these difficulties will continue and be part of the operational philosophy of Reclamation. Is that correct?
Well, the first half, I would say that until we make some changes to the basin plan, which are in the works, I would assume Reclamation is going to have difficulty in a number of water year types in meeting the base flow and the Table 3 pulse flow as well.
In fact,
now, as that relates to a philosophy, I'm hoping that we come to a new basin plan amendment with some flows that we feel are more achievable.
Well, it is Reclamation's plan at this point that it will operate to the requirements set forth in Appendix 2E of the National Marine Fisheries Biological Opinion from 2009, rather than the less onerous requirements set forth in D1641 for Vernalis. Is that correct?
Is there an objection, Ms. Offenberg?
I suppose. Yes, there
Like beyond the scope of rebuttal?
is beyond the scope of rebuttal.
Thank you, Ms. Offenberg. Your objection is sustained.
Okay, well now I guess that's the end of that line of testimony. If we could pull up Mr. Lehi's written testimony, which is DWR 78, and I promise I will lay the proper foundation for this so that
Actually,
it's understood.
You are questioning one witness on the rebuttal testimony of a different witness.
The only thing that I'm concerned about is that when Mr. Lehi gets up to testify and we ask a question regarding CVP operations, which he has not provided data for,
Therefore, if he has not provided for it, then it's not in his rebuttal, and it's not in Mr. Milligan's rebuttal. Therefore, it's out of the scope of rebuttal.
I understand that position, but he has stated that it's the project's joint operations, and if I could just ask Mr. Milligan if that's correct, then I would move on from that point.
What specifically are you asking first? Ask your question.
Would it be better if I showed you the line of testimony?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. Let's pull up DWR 78, please.
Be ready, Ms. Offenberg. What page?
Sorry. Page 10, lines 2 to 4.
First of all, Mr. Milligan, did you review Mr. Lehi's testimony?
I have not. Is this his rebuttal testimony?
Yes, this is his rebuttal.
I have not reviewed this in detail.
Okay. I don't think that you need to for this. If you have knowledge of what he said here, then we'll go based on that. It says on lines 2 to 4, under a pre-biological opinion, meaning the 2008 and 2009 Fish and Wildlife and NIMS biological opinions, the projects jointly were allowed to use more surplus water to supply south of Delta demands. Do you see that?
Okay, now that I have seen the sentence, I am going to sustain the objection which Ms. Offenberg, I'm sure, is about to voice.
I am, for the record, I am.
Very good.
Well,
I will not allow you to cross-examine a witness on the rebuttal testimony of a different witness. Unless you have something else to ask, Mr. Milligan, your cross-examination, I believe, is complete.
Okay. The only thing I would have to ask is whether or not Reclamation would be willing to make Mr. Milligan available in the event that Mr. Lehi does in fact defer these questions to a CVP expert.
I can assure you, Mr. Lehi, I expect will answer that question with an I don't know, rather than deferring.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Meserve, you're up next, and you don't have Mr. Keeling to defer to. What does that mean? I'm sorry, what does that mean, Ms. Meserve? You have no question, all right. Then I have Mr. Herrick is next. Make me proud, Mr. Herrick.
Disappointing women my entire life, but I'll try. Thank you, board members, co-chairs, John Herrick for South Delta Water Agency. I just have just a couple of very quick lines of questioning. The first deals with Mr. Mulligan's statements about the operations of the project subject to CVPIA requirements for allocation priorities. A couple of questions on the minimum health and safety operational constraints or obligations they believe they have. And then I do have a couple of ultimate questions based upon Mr. Milligan's answer to the questions about future negotiations will determine operations rather than the ones that are in the modeling done. I think those are, I understand you, I don't want to beat that dead horse, but there are a couple ultimate questions, I think, very brief and that will elicit useful information.
Yes, it has been noted by Mr. Mizell, and I have also noted this practice of cross-examination based on previous cross-examination. And while I hesitate to endorse such behavior, to the extent that it adds value to the record and help us understand the issue better, I will allow it.
Yes, thank you. And if I overstep that, I'm sure somebody will yell at me. Mr. Milligan, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you talk about the CVPIA, you reference the CVPIA language on page 2. You see what that is in your testimony?
Yes, I do.
And it talks about calculating yield after certain things have been provided. Is that correct?
That's the passage from CVPIA, because the act itself refers back to yield of the project a number of times. So the act itself was trying to define how it would define yield for the purpose of the act.
And the yield is how much water is available then for the various uses or obligations of the Bureau, correct?
Yes, in general.
In the next paragraph in your testimony after that, you then, and I'm just generalizing, so correct me if I'm overstating it, but then you talk about balancing those various needs, various obligations in order to operate the project. Is that generally correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Now, does that mean that, and I'm looking at the very middle of that paragraph, it says reclamation balances the obligations to Sacramento River settlement contractors, south of Delta settlement, and San Joaquin River exchange contractors, various in-stream flow and Delta requirements, and level 2 refuge deliveries. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that mean you're balancing deliveries with in-Delta obligations for water quality?
I'm going to object. It's unclear what time frame you're asking about.
Well, let's just take a hypothetical year. I'm just trying to see if the Bureau's decisions on how much water goes to these certain listed contractors is balanced with in-Delta water quality obligations, or water quality obligations are met before such deliveries.
And if I
Ms.
heard you,
Alftenberg, your
Yes.
objection to me?
objection, that's within a year, correct? That's
Yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Herrick, could you repeat your question after all that? I don't want to answer the wrong question.
No problem. I listed a number of obligations that your testimony says are balanced, referenced on page 2. Those obligations were the Sacramento River settlement contractors, south of Delta settlement contractors, so pardon me, and San Joaquin River exchange contractors, various in-stream flow and Delta requirements, and level 2 refuge deliveries. The question is, are you balancing the needs of in-Delta water quality requirements with deliveries to these various contractors, or are you meeting in-Delta water quality obligations before you allocate water to those contractors?
I would generally probably characterize it as the former. And some of these particular obligations that are listed here, probably depending on the situation as to where we may be experience a shortage, may change the balancing of that. But I would probably apologize that the in-Delta water quality needs are not kind of in this tier, if you will, and that is certainly something that we would put a high priority on meeting all these obligations, including the in Delta water quality as well.
As your answer implied or specified, when there are times of shortages, then you might alter your balancing. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, there may be a circumstance where we've seen a few of these over the last couple of years where even these particular obligations experience some shortages, and they're not all in proportion. So meeting, the difficulty here is depending on the sources of water and the Sac River Sullivan contractors may have a different dynamic than, let's say, the needs of exchange contractors or some of the senior right holders on the San Joaquin River. And this brings into play some of the operations as they relate to the Friant system as well. So it's a complicated circumstance, but we would certainly strive to meet, before any of these are being dealt with as they relate to Delta operations, make every attempt to meet the Delta water quality requirements.
Are there any sort of internal Bureau regulations or specified policies that tell you to what degree one use or one obligation is prioritized over another? In other words, you say you'll likely try to meet the in-Delta ones. I'm trying to find out if that's a rule. In other words, can you say it's a short year, so we won't meet in-Delta because we'll balance that with extreme shortages to other people?
This is a circumstance, particularly with this set, and when you mix in Delta water quality requirements as well. In essence, they all tend to read like, you shall do this. And the concern is when we aren't there, or there's not enough water to go around to meet this, we might consider a core level of obligations, is to try to figure out how to stretch the limitation as best as we can. I think in that case, then we're kind of balancing among them. But that's a process where we're looking to see what can be done in a particular year.
And in an extreme dry time frame, are there any rules by which an outside party could see by some certain date the Bureau would no longer be able to meet in Delta water quality requirements?
Well, this has been an example where we've tried to get ahead of that game, recognizing that some of these dry conditions, we may see a set of circumstances where it has been extremely dry, storage levels in the reservoirs are low, but still some uncertainty about the remaining spring in terms of hydrology and what some water quality needs may be, particularly with salinity intrusion as an example. And it may be prudent to start taking some actions several months ahead and have done some planning as long as 6 months ahead to be able to put a plan in place that doesn't create a situation where we've lost total control of salinity in the Delta, for example. And the Delta salinity barrier at False River was an example of that, in that is there something that we can do to avert that catastrophe of losing salinity completely and losing control of the limited amount of water that we have. This is not a very good way of answering your question. It's the extremely dry hydrology that would create a circumstance where we had to start balancing needs within this kind of set of contractors, and the Delta salinity regime is fairly severe, and the degree of that severity will probably lead us on a case-by-case basis to how we would get there. So I don't know that there's any cookbook or any specific definitive way of doing that we could point to ahead of time.
So the Bureau's policy is not to meet permit conditions before other obligations?
Objection. That's way beyond the scope.
Let's withdraw that question or rephrase it, Mr. Herrick.
I'll withdraw. Mr. Milligan, Your testimony references the health and safety issue involved with the modeling that you respond to, and I just have a couple questions. You include in your minimum export needs at the South Delta export facilities the City of Tracy's supply, is that correct? You reference it, sorry.
Yeah, we make reference to it, yes.
Is the City of Tracy's sole supply of water the CVP, or does it have other supplies?
I believe they do have some other supplies.
Are there any municipalities that receive CVP water that rely solely on that CVP water for their uses?
Objection, that's beyond the scope.
Mr. Herrick?
Well, his rebuttal testimony explains why health and safety minimum amounts must be maintained, so I'm exploring with him the basis of those health and safety obligations.
All right.
There are only a couple questions remaining.
All right. Overrule, Mr. Milligan? And
again, this is not my area
try
of
to be
expertise.
as concise as possible.
I will. I think that there's certainly the cities of Avenal, Kalinga, are two places that rely a great deal. I don't know that it's their only source of water, but predominantly are relying on CVP water.
You mentioned that there were a few times in 2014 and 2015 when the CVP pumped less than the 1,500 CFS, I'll say in quotes, minimum health and safety amount. Do you recall that?
The combined exports between the State Water Project and the CVP were below that. Yes, and there were several times that the combined exports were below the 1,100, which was 300 CFS by the State Water Project and 800 CFS for the CVP. And there were a few times that we were below that.
Were there any health and were there any health and safety damages resulting from your joint pumping, combined pumping of less than 1,500 CFS that you know of?
Well, certainly some places were still very short of water. Fortunately, at this particular time, there was some other water that we were able to, in lack of a more precise word, borrow from the State Water Project to be able to meet those needs. And then repay them at a later time.
Without sounding rude, I asked you if there were any damages to health and safety resulting from those lower pumping rates, combined pumping rates, and you answered, well, there were people experienced shortages, but they were able to be covered. But the question is, the failure to pump 1,500 CFS, did that result in someone not meeting health and safety standards somewhere?
I am not aware. I don't know.
Again, this is the last part to follow up on especially the questions by Mr. Becerra. You were asked questions about how the Bureau might make up for shortages of exports to south of Delta contractors under WaterFix. And I think you were looking at the below normal year, the average annual was minus 13,000 acre feet or something like that. Do you recall that?
Generally, yes.
Yeah. The ultimate question I want to ask you is the method by which you address that shortage, if the Bureau tries to address that, is or would require some sort of operational action. Would you agree with that? I mean, something would have to be done to do that. It won't magically appear somewhere.
If I follow you, I would assume that operationally we would do something differently, probably in the Delta. One pumping facility would pump rather than the other.
And so my question to you then is, until we know how you're going to address that, how do we evaluate the impacts of the California WaterFix?
Well, not being the person that developed the impact analysis for, let's say, the the environmental documents, meaning the EIS, EIR, the work that's being done on the biological assessment, I think you need to look at it as a case by case. The aggregate pumping of the two projects probably covers a great deal of the effects, and that we're into some very fine-tuning potential effects that, 50,000 acre feet of pumping over a course of the year occurred at Jones rather than through Clifton Court, potentially. I'm not going to say that there's not an effect associated with that, but it may be much less than, it may be a much smaller subset of the total effects of what's being represented in these documents as we have it so far.
It could certainly be a small effect, but isn't the purpose of this hearing to identify the effects so that people can then evaluate the import of those and whether or not they translate into someone's later conclusion of legal injury?
Objection. It's beyond scope, calls for legal conclusion.
I thought it was an excellent question.
I actually thought it was an excellent question, too. I don't know that Mr. Milligan can answer it. Mr. Milligan, do you wish to try?
I wish I could answer it. It is an excellent question.
So let's leave it at that.
The record just one last question, and it deals with the table 3. You were commenting that the changes to north of Delta deliveries appeared to be slight and only 4,000 acre feet in a below normal year. Do you require that?
That was the table that we brought up on the exhibit, yes.
But that's an average annual number, correct? It wasn't a maximum.
That was if I remember, the 4,000 acre feet was an average of what was labeled below normal years.
So in some below normal years, it would be higher than that, and some below normal years, it would be lower than that, correct?
My assumption is that they weren't all the same, so yes.
Right. So do we know how often a higher number might appear, so we can determine whether or not 4,000 or 10,000 or 6,000 actually harm somebody, or do we just have to assume that the average indicates there's no harm to anybody?
This would probably be an area that the modelers would be able to, the data is there to do that and assess that. The roll-up table from MBK's exhibit kind of mushed those all together, so you couldn't tell that from that table. But the data is there to find if that's an area of interest for someone.
Thank you. That's all I have. Sorry to go over my estimated time.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. I'll just take it out of Mr. Jackson's time. Mr. Jackson, it's always difficult to follow Mr. Herrick, but you are up next.
He says I'm old. He says I'm older than he is, so I deserve more deference.
Well, I did observe that he offered you his glasses earlier, which I thought was very kind.
He did. He's a kind man. Could we put up...
Mr. Jackson, also, the points that you will be covering?
Well, actually, I was going to cover the 3 points, the operational philosophy and the use of stored water, the fall water, and the health and safety pumping. I think the last 2 have been covered by people in front of me. So while we have beaten operational philosophy up fairly well, I have some specific questions that have not yet been asked.
Good.
And so I would like DOI 36 at page 3, which was up there before. Excuse me, maybe it's back on page 2.
If it helps, I think the monitor in front of
There you go.
has it as well.
In this section of your testimony, Mr. Milligan, you've used the term operational philosophy. What do you mean by that term? How do you define that?
Well, as it relates to this particular testimony and in specifics back to some of the review of the modeling that was presented, for lack of a better word, the MBK modeling, was that in this case, what is the philosophical approach operationally that we would be taking if we had a circumstance where we didn't have a lot of limitations as to the movement of water from the north of the delta to the south of the delta? And how would we value, and I'm using a calcium term here, what relative value would we put in an acre foot of water that may reside in Shasta versus taking the opportunity and try to, with some losses, to get that into San Luis Reservoir? And what I was trying to emphasize here is that we see a great deal of value of an acre foot of water in Shasta or in Folsom because it gives us a lot of flexibility depending on the subsequent water year may play out. Because we have more things that we could use that acre foot of water for, whether it's meeting a demand in that particular basin or a in-stream flow on the river or in that particular year ahead, or to meet a Delta water quality standard or outflow objective. Once we moved it into storage south of Delta, then it's pretty limited as to where it's going to go. So we would not take lightly the idea that, gee, we've got some capacity and there's some calendar days left here, let's release water and pump it to put it down south of Delta, just because we have additional capacity or a change in the criteria that might be involved. So philosophically, what I'm probably a long-winded way of saying is we would still give a great deal of deference to the need to have some water available to provide us the maximum flexibility for an uncertainty ahead in terms of water year.
So is it fair to shorten the characterization to the words that the water is more valuable for more uses the higher up in the system you keep it?
Generally speaking, yes. There's a point of which, as you're getting close to your conservation pool, that you might say, gee, I've got a very saturated basin. I might spill this, and I might lose control of that because I need to consider flood operations. So there's a gradation in that, but generally speaking, what you've said is true.
All right, and is that then the source of your statement that the operational philosophy is further supported by the definition of CBP yield that you put in your testimony?
I think that, again, this is in the context of our review of some of the MBK modeling, which does tend to be a bit more aggressive in how water is allocated, both north and south of the Delta. And it was to one of our earlier charts. Mathematically speaking, that may, on average, produce higher deliveries, but lower deliveries in the drier sequences and presenting probably inherently some more risk. And what we were trying to point out here was that may be actually a counter philosophy to what might be proposed or what have been used as a citation within CVPIA, but by many folks' terms of what's reliability mean, and your ability to maintain at least some deliveries in drought sequences is usually, for some folks, that is the definition of reliability, not an average annual delivery over time. And our concern was the outputs of those modeling results tended to deliver more water in the wetter sequences than not.
So what the remaining part of my questions will be in regard to whether or not there are different categories in terms of your operating philosophy based upon whether or not there are statutes behind them or regulations behind them. And so my question is, what is the meaning of, in terms of your operation, of your limitations under section 3406B2 that you've mentioned here, does your contractual obligations begin before these things are done that are listed in 34B2, or are those balanced with your view of your contractual obligations?
I probably am not the best person to talk about where these lie within the obligations of the contracts.
Well, you're the operator. So, I mean, how do you see, well, for instance, you've listed a number of things that are required that include your obligations under your licenses and permits with the State Water Resources Control Board. Do you need to meet those before you, completely, before you even consider your contractual obligations?
I'd like to object. Much of this calls for a legal conclusion.
I would like to hear his answer as an operator. His understanding of what his obligations are.
In 1 year, correct?
In any year.
Or there's year over year and 1 year.
In any year, what is his understanding of his obligation?
Well, there are different forms of contracts, but as an operator, our first order of business is: are we operating through the year to meet our permit terms and conditions and our biological opinions? But at the same time, in most years, this is not a kind of either or. Can we meet the obligations as they relate to settlement contracts? Things that we have an understanding have their root in senior water rights to us. Once we figure out how we're going to operate around those, then we can start looking at things, making water available that are probably termed, or we've used the term as more discretionary, meaning that there's a discretion to move those things up and down.
All right,
Where this gets very difficult is in a year where you're trying to put together the operations to meet the permit terms and conditions and the obligations to senior water right holders, and there's not enough water to go around.
In regard to your license and permit conditions and the State Water Resources Control Board's authority, aren't they in charge of determining who's senior in any given circumstance rather than the Bureau?
Well, yeah, but and to a large part, as an operator, a lot of that is in most circumstances settled already, that we understand what those mean. Some of meeting those obligations have their roots in some board orders.
Yes. When you talk about other agreements pertaining to the Central Valley project under applicable state or federal law, existing at the time of the enactment of this title have been met, does that include the salinity requirement that was a reason for the Central Valley project going into effect originally?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
As an operator, do you operate to meet the salinity requirements in the Delta as a purpose of your project?
Mr. Mizell?
object to Mr. Jackson's line of questioning is asking Ron Milligan to interpret statute and derive the meaning and operational philosophy of his superiors, that he's already testified under cross-examination by Andy Hitchings that he's given certain constraints and he operates to those constraints. The rationale behind constraints is what Mr. Jackson is trying to get into, and I believe that's already been asked and answered.
Mr. Jackson?
I'm reading off the man's rebuttal testimony, so I can't possibly be out of the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
You're not, Mr. Jackson. I'm trying to ascertain what additional information Mr. Milligan might be able to provide in response to your question that you're trying to seek.
Well, the language I was just moving to is, what are the applicable state or federal laws that he's talking about, and do they include things specifically like the Delta Protection Act?
Mr. Milligan?
Mr. Jackson, could you point to which particular area you're speaking of when is it the text that was within the citation of 3406B2 from CVPA, or was it in a different?
3406B2 in your testimony looks to be page 2.
Correct. And I think that text is related back to how, for the purposes of the Act, they're defining yield and to some degree reliability. But there's a whole host of state and federal requirements that we're trying to meet at any particular time.
And I guess I'll try to simplify the question. Since you have this definition of yield in the CVPIA, do you see your operational philosophy as operating to balance things after these are met? Or are these just other things that you balance with your contracts?
I have to object to that. I don't understand what these are. These are met.
They are, according to this, project yield. My question is the project yield determined after fishery, water quality, flow and operational requirements, terms and conditions and license permits and other agreements relating to the Central Valley project under applicable state or federal law?
I'm just going to have to object. He's asking about interpretation of a statute, and Mr. Milligan has already testified that's not the purpose of his reciting the CVPIA, that section.
Mr. Milligan, let's see if we can finish this up. Your inclusion of CVP yield in your testimony was intended for what purpose?
The purpose was to show that delivery of water, predominantly for water service contractors, was viewed through a lens of what could you do during a prolonged drought sequence, not what is the yield of the project over all water year types. So the intent here of talking about this is that even back through CVPA and earlier documents, the intent of the project was to look at it through the lens of what kind of water can you provide through an extended drought period. And that was the reason that we included this, because this would, if you were to look at yield only from the 1928 to 1934 drought period, you would actually see from what the MBK modeling was suggesting, probably a significant decrease in yield using this definition from that approach. It's not that it couldn't change into the future, but that was the intent here, is that we were losing what appeared to be availability of water for water service contractors in drought sequences. The rest, as an operator, we don't typically every year try to define what's the yield of the project through the drought sequence. That's
Right.
really not germane to the day-to-day operations of the project.
Mr.
And-
Jackson, I believe you've exhausted this particular area to the point where I think we've maximized the value of this line of questioning.
I understand that that may be the ruling. For the purposes of the record, I would like to indicate that I don't believe I've exhausted it. And the next question would be, when he talks, when the CVPIA project yield is analyzed, what state and federal laws are part of that determination in any given year?
That's a legal conclusion. That requires a legal conclusion.
Yes, it requires legal understanding, but Mr. Milligan is an operator, a senior level operator who does have some information. So to the extent that you have included this in your testimony, Mr. Milligan, can you answer Mr. Jackson's question with respect to the scope of this paragraph?
If one were to today do an analysis of what is the yield of the CVP through this drought period, specific to this language, and this is not something that's routinely done, I wanted to emphasize that, that it would probably be a whole host of existing permit terms and conditions, biological opinions, water quality control plan requirements, in-stream flows, Trinity rod flows potentially would fall into that. We'd probably have to sit and brainstorm a whole number of things. A lot of those are already inherently wired into CalSim, so I would probably start there. All of those types of things certainly would be.
So let me stop you there, Mr. Milligan, and ask Mr. Jackson. I would hope it's not your intent in asking this question to go through a listing of all those requirements. So what is the point that you're trying to get across here? Help me understand.
Sure. I'm trying to understand, and I thought that's what this says, is to determine whether or not the operational philosophy, which seems to be the answer to everything at this point, since nothing in terms of operation has been specifically submitted for this project, nothing definitive, includes the laws that they're required to follow as deductions from yield that they're operating with under their philosophy.
Mr. Milligan.
Again, a calculation of yield is not something that we would that is typically done, particularly in this case. If one were to do it and it had a purpose for CVPA, this is the sum total of the guidance we're given. So we would make an attempt to determine that from a philosophy of how we'd operate the project. What we're saying is that we would try to maintain in that philosophy operating in a manner that would maintain some level of some deliveries through extended drought periods.
While in complying with applicable state,
Yes,
federal law.
Exactly. It's not, which I think is the purpose of this rebuttal was to say that we seem to have lost that line of thinking in what the MBK presentation of a possible operations would look like, which was, well, we're just going to try to get as much water on average as we can, which has a lot of delivery of water in the kind of above average time frame. And that, when you start comparing it to with and without the project, gives you some different answers. And that was really the whole point here, is that we still see value in drought sequences and making deliveries to our service contractors. And those will be done after we meet other obligations, which are related to senior water right holders and permit terms and conditions. both
And permit
biological
terms and
opinions.
conditions.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I don't want to confuse it, so I'm, Mr. Milligan, in regard to the drought sequences of the 1928 to 1934 drought, your operational philosophy at this point of time is to keep that in mind. Is that fair to say?
Well, yes, I think what we've got today is probably that drought sequence, the 88 through 92 drought period. I think the period that we just are coming out of is influencing a bit of our thinking, is that what do we do to maintain some control of the system? And I'll take even 1977 as it relates to Delta water quality as well, is what can we do to maintain control of our system so we don't lose that salinity in the Delta at some point?
So isn't it time to do that and put it into the permits in terms of trying to be able to get through the next drought
Objection.
with a plan?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
This is an operator conclusion. I mean,
A legal conclusion about whether the
if we could
board
do it
has
with a
the-
legal conclusion, we'd have done it.
Stop. Mr. Milligan, are you able to answer the question?
I can't answer the question if this is the time or the place or the process to do that. But as an operator, we are constantly thinking about that. And amongst a number of other things, what are we thinking of next year as a flood, another wet year, like a 1982 to 83 type of transition. We're also thinking about those things. So there's a lot of planning, positional logic that goes into our operations. And I don't know, they're all good things, but where do we do that? I can't say.
And one last question. This project is designed to take excess water from below the reservoirs. Would you define what you mean by excess water from below the reservoirs?
Well, what I'll say is excess water in the Delta. And let's say, as it relates to this particular new point of diversion, let's say high flows past Hood that are in excess of what is needed to maintain salinity and other biological outflow requirements. So as we've seen on, let's say, a daily time step, there's probably a number of days in a particular hydrologic sequence that the flows that are past that reach of the Sacramento River are in excess of those needs, and that diversion there can be done in a safe manner. So those are and those flows are, let's say, the product in the winter and spring that are not the product of reservoir storage withdrawal, but are either passing through flows that would not otherwise be stored, or have actually fallen on the valley floor and are running into the Delta. That's my thinking.
And it's your position that there's no one who has a senior water right to the Bureau for those waters?
We would only be taking...
Objection. That
Just let him answer, Ms. Offenberg.
To the degree that we would be exercising our current rights, as we understand them, if we're not suggesting in this proceeding that we're expanding our the volume of water that we would take or the period of season of diverting the water. It's just adding another location.
And if you were incorrect about that and we're actually doing that, then you're not trying to change priority of water rights by joining this project.
That is correct. That's not my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Desjardins, you are our last cross-examiner. Ms. Desjardins has requested 45 minutes. I will urge her to be more efficient. However, Mr. Milligan, what is your flexibility to go a little bit beyond one?
I would be flexible to stay until we finish this line of questioning.
All right.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research.
And the points that you will be covering, Ms. Desjardins?
I wanted to specifically ask about the allocation decisions and the pumping that was done in the fall of 2013 and what happened with storage in 2014. And there's sort of some inconsistencies. I also wanted to look at what the total minimum health and safety demands of the CVP were and how Q was making provisions in a repeat of the 28 to 34 drought to meet those demands.
And on your first point with respect to inconsistency, are you referring to inconsistency to the philosophy in his rebuttal testimony? What kind of inconsistencies?
It's factually inconsistent.
In the allocation decisions that were previously made?
I like to be able to ask the question. I think that'll make it clear, and then you can rule one way or the other on it.
We shall see. Proceed.
Okay.
Ms. Offenberg?
So, Mr. Milligan, I'd like to pull up Exhibit DOI 36, please. And I'd like to go to the bottom of page 2, using fall exports. And it states, we typically assume that if they can meet, please, it's on the very bottom of page 2, please scroll to the next page. The peak demand in July and August, then we will be able to meet the demands the remainder of the contract year. As a result, available delta pumping in September through November does not typically influence the allocation estimates made the previous spring. So in 2013, you'd had one of the driest periods on record, and as you went into fall, the records show that you had maximal pumping of 4,250 in August, 3,250 in September, and 2,500 in October and the first part of November. I can pull up a slide if you'd like to look at that. And so my question to you is, that wasn't minimal health and safety pumping. And in fact, by January, you'd drawn down Shasta to 1.6 million acre feet. So when you had made the allocation the previous spring, when you were doing that pumping and you were seeing that it was a very dry fall, and in fact your testimony says that it was the driest 12-month period on record, did you consider reducing the allocation?
So with all of that discussion at time, if the question is, did we consider reducing allocation? The answer was no, because the water predominantly used for that allocation had already been used. That the pumping that was done in that fall wasn't really being directly delivered to support the allocation. I think consistent with what is written here is that that was actually a period of time where storage was increasing in San Luis, not to support necessarily directly the allocation, and that it's also probably my recollection that this was a period of time where we saw depletions kind of break in the Sac Valley, and we saw actually some accretions occurring, and that there was water available to pump in the Delta. So we'd have to look at simultaneously what were the releases at the reservoirs, and were they at releases that were consistent with in-stream flow requirements.
Could we pull up DDJ 179, please? This shows, I did pull up what was happening with Shasta. I know that you were increasing storage in San Luis, but this shows what was happening with Shasta that fall.
And I'm sorry, I can't quite read. Is this storage going on?
Yeah, this is the reservoir storage. I pulled it off of CDEC.
Yes.
And you can see it in the end of August, you were at about almost 2.4 million acre feet. September, you were 2.1. October, you were 1.5. And you see it being drawn down through the entire fall.
And we had, so the real question would be, what are the releases at that time? We have to release some minimum flows for fishery on the upper part of the Sacramento River.
Isn't that primarily in the spring, though?
No, we have at least a minimum, and actually per through 3406B2 of CVPIA, we are actually trying to provide some in-stream flow habitat for spawning fall run Chinook as well.
Could we bring up DDJ? Well, first, could we bring up DDJ 180, please? So this is the actual pumping during that period, and it shows, isn't 4250 fairly close to the maximum at the Tracy pumping plant?
Probably for most configurations, it probably was 5 units. So in a lower diversion period, that's probably about right. Probably the capacity of the DMC is probably what's governing here.
And then it shows ramping down to 3250, and then down to around 2500. And then it was only until late December that you finally start ramping down to 1000, which is close to your minimum.
And the question is?
So weren't you releasing water from storage? Doesn't this imply that you were having to release water from storage for these fall exports? Because I don't believe there was very much runoff during that fall.
The answer is no, I don't believe so. I think I'd characterize it as we were making releases, reservoir releases for in-stream purposes upstream, and pumping what was available to the project in the Delta at the time. So we're taking what we had from our releases on both the American and the Sacramento, and per COA sharing formula with the state of California, these were pumping rates that were supported by those releases. But it's not my recollection that we were augmenting those releases at this particular time to basically increase pumping rates. If that were the case, you would have probably seen a lower storages at Shasta, for example, and higher pumping rates here.
What is the minimum release at Shasta in the fall, at Keswick?
Well, the minimum is 3250 has been our rule of thumb. But as I said, there are augmentations to that, in coordination with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, State Fish and Wildlife, and NOAA Fisheries to augment that flow to provide additional spawning habitat and flow flexibility or flow stability through that reach for spawning of the fall run.
You have B2 water that you use sometimes. Do you remember if you did augment the minimum flows?
I don't have that with me at the moment.
Okay. What is the minimum flow at Folsom in the fall?
That
Hold
depends.
on.
Yeah, with getting out of there.
Ms. Dan, I allowed you to explore this topic, even though Ms. Altenberg did not object. But I need you to now go back to the rebuttal testimony that Mr. Milligan presented. And if there are any inconsistency that you've observed with respect to what he testified to in his rebuttal, then that's where you should focus.
Okay, let's go back to page 2 of DOI 36. Yeah, let's go scroll back up. Scroll back up. Okay, there we go. Calendar year 2013 had the driest 12-month period on record. A primary factor in these years was the severely limited snowpack to provide a water source throughout the irrigation season. In these years, reclamation chose not to drain the upstream CVP reservoirs to meet system demands due to heightened potential risk of the drought continuing. And so this seems to be inconsistent. What you're saying is that you were required to make, it looks like about 800,000 acre feet of releases for fishery flows.
Well, again, we haven't looked at what the releases were. I haven't presented that. But we had minimum flows that were required, and those were coordinated to meet and those flows and minimum flows on the Sacramento River as well. I don't know what was controlling Keswick releases at the time, but we were just pumping, for the most part, relief. The water available once it hit the delta, that was driving what those pumping rates were, not vice versa. It wasn't a pumping number to support an allocation because demands had dropped off, and that's why San Luis Reservoir was accumulating storage. It was a matter of this water needed to be released upstream, and that once it reached the delta, we were within our rights to pump it.
I did want to ask you about, do you know what the what the demand is in drought years for the settlement contracts?
Ms. Alftenberg?
I object, that's beyond the scope.
He does state, and let's go back to this, let's go up, scroll up to the CVPAA. For the purpose of this section, the term Central Valley Project yield means the delivery capability of a Central Valley project during the 1928-34
Yes, we've seen this particular passage already, thanks to, well, we've seen this.
So you don't provide any information here about what the actual CVP demands are and how you would meet them during a repeat of a 28-34 drought?
And Mr. Milligan has already answered in response to a previous question as to the intent of including this passage. Do you have further questions? Do you have further questions?
What was the answer that he gave previously? Because I did want to ask a follow-up question about that.
What is your follow-up question?
Why the 2014 drought was not more severe than the 28-34 drought. So why weren't you able to meet, this says that.
Objection.
This implies that there's reliability.
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Yeah.
Ms. Desjardins, complete your question for me.
Why weren't you able to meet the CVP demands, including the water quality requirements? Because it did say there that means the delivery capability after fishery water quality and other flow and operational requirements are met. And I'm trying to see, because there is a concern there that it wasn't, there were conflicts at that point in 2014. It was a dry year, and the question was, why wasn't there enough water to meet the health and safety standards that you needed to meet without curtailing these other obligations?
Because it was a drought?
This indicates there's a reliability issue. Do you, when making your allocation decisions, do you consider the need to provide minimum health and safety flows in subsequent years?
I'm going to object. Their questioning is premised on the 28-34 drought being worse than the 13 through 16.
No, let's okay.
And I'm not sure that...
Hold on. Let's take Ms. Desjardins' last question and apply it to the operational philosophy to which Mr. Milligan has been testifying.
So how would we phrase that question?
Ms. Desjardins, just state your last question again in terms of considering health and safety.
This implies, the Central Valley Project yield implies, is the CVP able to meet minimum health and safety requirements through a repeat of the 28-34 drought?
I don't know that it implies that. Mr. Milligan?
That is not how I read this section of the Act. It just says this, if you were to compute the yield of the project, we'll define that as this particular sequence, drought sequence, after you met these other requirements. And if that ends up to be zero, then the yield of the project is zero, potentially, if you apply this. That's a little different question than the previous question we had, so I'm not sure. But yeah, that's not how I would read this particular question. This is not applying a guarantee or a philosophy to get through and meet certain obligations during this drought sequence.
Thank you.
Okay, so this says it doesn't imply that under your current operational philosophy that you will have water in carryover storage to meet the minimum health and safety requirements.
That's not what this section is saying. I don't think that we've talked about it in that context either.
Are you aware that there used to be a minimum carryover storage requirement for Shasta of 1.9 million acre feet?
Ms. Altenberg?
Objection.
Sustained.
I believe he discusses the history of the Central Valley Project and operations, and he says that historic operations aren't different, and they did in fact, there was a constraint at one time, and it did in fact change. So that is why I was posing the question.
I don't follow the question.
There used to be a minimum carryover storage requirement of 1.9 million acre feet, and I wanted to ask.
And where is this in his rebuttal testimony?
He just says that the CVP operations haven't changed.
And where is this in his rebuttal testimony? Ms. Desjardins?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact passage.
Do you have other questions for Mr. Milligan?
Mr. Milligan, do you believe that in the drought years in 2014 were natural flows sufficient to provide for health and safety needs without curtailing health and safety pumping, without curtailing outflows for salinity requirements?
Beyond the scope.
Ms. Desjardins?
It does say this is a question of whether there was sufficient. The core issue is whether there is sufficient natural flow or whether you have to release stored water. And this goes to the core of the operational philosophy. I can go back to
Go back to his testimony.
The testimony. Let's go back to, scroll down to page 2, up. It says reclamation chose not to drain upstream CVP reservoirs to meet system demands due to heightened potential risk of the drought conditioning, requested modification of some D1641 requirements not to directly improve CVP water supplies, but to conserve upstream storage to the benefit of a number of uses. And the question there is, this is directly related to that because the question is whether natural flows were sufficient to provide the CVP water supplies for 800 for health and safety.
This is a difficult question because one has to assume meeting all the other requirements. And in that context, I don't believe it was. Reclamation did meet the health and safety needs for a number of contractors, but it was somewhat at the expense of some senior contractors getting some of their water. Now, as it relates to the health and safety pumping, there was not enough water in the delta at the time to maintain pumping at levels that would have sustained us over a longer period in the summer months. And that was a combination both of dry hydrology and extremely high tides and salinity intrusion at the same time, which was a product that was also fairly unique in 2014 and 2015. So there had to be adjustments made in the system, and they were done both to terms of delta outflow for some habitat considerations. Again, a barrier in to manage salinity was a deviation, and a number of contractors both taking less water than they may have had a right to that were senior to the CVP, as well as going through some extraordinary steps to maintain supplies. So I think the answer to your question is there really was not enough water in the system in that particular year to meet these minimum pumping requirements. But I think they would have been, and the point of the passage here was to say that an aggressive approach to CVP operations in other years would have made that even worse, in my opinion. But when we do get to 2014, 2015, the phenomenal lack of snowpack is a big driver, and that was far worse than anything we saw in the 28 or 28 to 34 drought period.
I did want to go back to DDJ 180 for a minute. I'm sorry, DDJ 179, Shasta. So, Mr. Milligan, again, this goes back to the question about, this shows after the TUCP was implemented, storage in Shasta built up to almost 2.4 million acre feet while you were doing this, needing to constrain outflow in the delta. Isn't that building up CVP water supplies?
Well, it's certainly building up storage in Shasta, and the primary concern here was trying to build a cold water pool for the subsequent summer. These movements of storage are, completely a balancing of what the inflows and outflows are. So obviously we're building up storage here, but we were asking the board not to for deviation, so we wouldn't take some of this storage, because this is not a very high storage that we're topping out at, so there's not a lot of cold water pool here. If we had to take a portion of that to meet a spring X2 requirement, for example, we would have been in even worse shape.
Okay. I believe that concludes my questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And that should conclude the cross-examination. Not seeing anyone jumping up. Ms. Oftenberg, do you wish to redirect?
No redirect.
I don't believe there were any verbal objections voiced to Mr. Milligan's testimony and exhibits.
I don't think that there were.
Mr. Oshendusko, were there any questions asked that were deferred to someone else that we need to track? There were a couple of modeling questions by Mr. Hitchens and Mr. Becerra, I believe. But I thought that Mr. Milligan at least attempted to answer them.
That's correct. And as well, Ms. Nickel brought up some modeling questions, but she didn't actually ask those. She self-deferred.
Okay. In that case then, I thank you, Mr. Milligan, and we will now take our lunch break.
Thank you. I appreciate your...
And when we return, we will hear from the three witnesses whose names I now do not remember. And we will continue panel 2 of petitioner's rebuttal testimony. We will resume at 2:05.
Sometimes I realize later.
Oh, okay.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Why is this one so low?
So if you just unplug that thing and plug it back in.
So you did notice this one?
Yeah.
I mean, which is more than it just did though.
Yeah, it was just blank, but let me go reset it. You know, the lamps, all those little tiny ones, it's like so where's the, it's the ignore me light.
Where do you think this is going?
Into here, into this cabinet area here. Get you to take this panel off. It's a pain in the butt to get to. Is there a source option on here? DVI-D, no signal. Oh, so we're just
Other test we could do is get a different monitor here.
certainly doubt it's that.
We have one, I think, on the ground over there. Testing 1, 2, check, check. Testing 1, 2, check, check. Testing, testing. Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. What? Yeah. It does work. Yeah, but I mean, you also, I think once you get to here, though, it stops working. That's so well. Okay, yeah. I mean, so, whatever.
One, two. Does this seem louder? Okay, well, we'll give them the option. Why not? One, two.
1, 2, 3. Well, the static parts are her mic, unfortunately, but they were not using this one, and they're and so, I mean, this one works. I just don't know if it's, they were saying it's not loud enough or what.
One, two, check. I mean, still, they have to have it directly to their mouth.
Good afternoon. It is 2:09. We are back in session. Apologize for being late. Desperately needed to reboot my brain. With that, we are here, and I believe Mr. Mizell and Mr. Berliner, you have witnesses here for the second portion of your panel 2. How much time do you anticipate needing for your direct?
35 minutes.
35 minutes, okay? Just for planning purposes, who here plan on conducting cross-examination, please come up and give me a rough time estimate. Identify yourself and your group number to help me make my notes.
John Herrick, South Delta Parties, maybe 20 minutes?
I'm sorry?
Maybe 20 minutes?
Okay.
Good afternoon, OSHA Reserve for Land et al. Probably about 30 minutes, though it may go to 45. And I do have a proposal to switch the ordering a little bit. I've conferred with some other protestants, and would you like me to mention that now or wait?
Please.
What we'd like to do, with your indulgence, would be to have 24 San Joaquin County go in the next order, where I would go in 19, and then...
I'm sorry, so that, would you be following 24 or before?
I would be, but the one other accommodation is that City of Stockton would like to go after me, and they're 22. So the way that portion of the lineup would go would be 24, 21, 19, 22. I do not believe there are parties here in between those numbers, but if they are.
Okay. 24, 21, 19, 22. And you are 19, and you have estimated 30 to 45 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kelly Tabor for the City of Stockton, Group 22. We may need up to an hour, depending on how the questions are answered.
Okay.
I hope to be more efficient, though.
Tom Kaling for the San Joaquin County Protestants. I estimate between 45 minutes and an hour.
And I'm sorry, what group number are you? You're 21?
24.
24.
You will notice that once again I am the goat.
Yes, you are. Okay, so that's 24, 21, 19, and 22.
Deirdre Desjardins, California Water Research, and I estimate half an hour.
All right. With that, I will turn to Mr. Mizell and Mr. Berliner.
Excuse me. Given that those time limits, is there any possibility we'll get to another panel today?
I don't believe so, not unless
So those
people
of us
are
who don't have questions
grossly
for this-
overestimating their times.
Okay.
In
Mr.
any case-
Mizell, do you have another panel today?
If we were required to call another witness today, we could do so, but I'm not proposing to do that unless
I'm
it's
trying to help him
mandatory.
out. Maybe he can, maybe then I can go home and he can.
Well, Mr. Jackson, if you can go home, then I want to go home.
Well, I think Ms. Marcus could actually do this by herself once. Well, we're talking, I mean.
I like you, Mr. Jackson.
You could hit 99. You don't have to hit 100.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, but I think in the interest of nothing else, my sanity, we will not go to the next panel today. Mr. Mizell, do any of your witnesses need to take the oath?
Yes, they do. Dr. Priest and Mr. Owen both need the oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer yes. Thank you very much.
All right. Dr. Bryan, is DWR Exhibit 81 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
Dr. Priest, is DWR 83 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
And is DWR 16 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes.
Mr. Owen, is DWR 82 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
And is DWR 15 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes.
Thank you. Hearing officers, I'm going to turn the mic over to Dr. Bryan and Mr. Owen, and they will summarize their written testimony for you.
Could you pull up the presentation that Mr. Mizell gave you at the break? Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Dodek, members of the board staff. My name is Dr. Michael Bryan, and I'll be leading our water quality presentation this afternoon. My presentation will present to the board my 10 opinions that I've developed by conducting technical analyses in support of preparing testimony in 3 basic areas. Those being the California WaterFix effects on harmful algal blooms and water quality at the City of Sacramento's water treatment plant intakes on both the Lower American and Lower Sacramento rivers. My full analysis and rebuttal of claims made by the City of Sacramento is provided in my written testimony, submitted as Exhibit DWR 651. Second area would be California WaterFix effects on harmful algal blooms in the Delta. And again, my full analysis and rebuttal of claims made by San Joaquin County and other parties pertaining to this topic is provided in my written technical report submitted as Exhibit DWR 653. And finally, the California WaterFix effects on harmful algal blooms and water quality at the City of Stockton's drinking water intake on the San Joaquin River. And once again, my full analysis and address of water quality concerns raised by the City of Stockton is included in my technical report submitted as Exhibit DWR 652.
Before we continue, can you please identify each slide and where it comes from as we go throughout the process?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I might just insert here, Dr. Bryan, the PowerPoints you are seeing this afternoon are a condensed version of what was submitted. There haven't been any substantive changes. There have been no content changes. What we have done is eliminated slides that were not necessary in order to make a summary presentation, and we've inserted Mr. Owen's slides in the center where they flowed most naturally. So it is modified from what was submitted as an exhibit, but you can see that in the corners are the full citations to each and every slide and the contents unchanged.
So as I go through the presentation, I'll just refer to the slide number that's in the upper right-hand corners of the slide. So my first 4 opinions were developed based on my analysis of the California WaterFix effects at the City of Sacramento's water treatment plant intakes, again on the Lower Sacramento and Lower American rivers. The city claimed that the California WaterFix would result in river flows and temperatures that would increase harmful algal blooms in the Lower Sacramento and Lower American River, cause problem level increases in disinfection byproduct formation potential at the water treatment plants, cause increases in river dissolved metals and organic carbon that also would adversely affect water treatment plant operations and disinfection byproduct levels at those treatment plants. The city's experts provided no analysis specific to the California WaterFix as it's currently proposed to support these claims. For my analyses, I used flow, velocity, and temperature modeling output originally presented in DWR's case in chief, as well as temperature modeling presented in the biological assessment for the California WaterFix. Slide 4. Because much of my rebuttal testimony relates to how the California WaterFix would potentially affect microcystis blooms in the rivers upstream of the Delta and in the Delta, I wanted to first identify for you the the primary environmental factors that affect microcystis bloom frequency and magnitude in these water bodies. And these are shown again on slide 4 here. The primary abiotic factors are water temperature. Studies have shown that temperatures need to be 19 degrees Celsius or higher in these water bodies to get microcystis blooms, 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit. That restricts the bloom season to the summer and early fall months of the year. Microcystis needs low flows and channel velocities resulting in low turbulence
and mixing, and long residence times. Water column irradiance and clarity that produces photosynthetically active radiation of 50 micromoles per meter squared or per second or greater. And sufficient nutrients, both nitrogen and phosphorus, as well as biotic factors of competition with other algae and grazing by zooplankton. All of these factors work together to control when microcystis can form a bloom in any particular place in the delta or upstream of the delta. My testimony will focus primarily on water temperature and channel flow velocity because other parties have claimed that the California WaterFix would change these parameters in a manner that would cause greater microcystis blooms in water bodies upstream of the delta and in the delta. Oops, it wasn't working, and then it did work. My first opinion pertains to lower Sacramento River harmful algal blooms. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that neither the frequency nor magnitude of cyanobacteria blooms would change in the lower Sacramento River due to the California WaterFix effects on flows and temperatures. Slide 7. To determine how modeled changes in river flows and associated velocity and turbulence due to the California WaterFix relative to that which would occur under the no-action alternative scenario could affect microcystis blooms, I turned to the scientific literature. A review of the world's literature on this topic revealed that flow velocities in the range of 0.1 to 1.3 feet per second disrupt microcystis blooms. Velocities of 0.2 to 1 foot per second have been shown to disrupt microcystis blooms to the point where the dominant algal community has shifted from cyanobacteria to green algae and diatoms. Velocity above 1 foot per second has been documented in the literature to quickly disrupt an established microcystis bloom. In short, the scientific literature indicates that channel velocities above about 0.2 feet per second become increasingly less favorable for cyanobacteria, including microcystis, due to the turbulence and mixing that they cause in the water column. With regards to turbulence and mixing, microcystis is at a competitive disadvantage over other algae, or a competitive advantage rather, over other algae when the water column has low turbulence and it's a stable, calm water environment. But microcystis is at a disadvantage when flow velocities are higher and there's turbulence and mixing in the water column. Slide 9. Because channel velocity dictates the relative degree of channel turbulence and mixing, I therefore analyzed modeled velocity data for the lower Sacramento River at river mile 58. It's about 2 miles downstream from the city of Sacramento's Sacramento River water treatment plant. Using exceedance probability plots for the California WaterFix scenarios, alternative 4A operational scenario H3, 4A H4, boundary 1, boundary 2, and the no action alternative as shown in the legend on the bottom of this slide. This example plot for the lower Sacramento River in August shows that the probability with which daily maximum velocities would exceed specified velocities shown on the vertical y-axis. There's a couple of things I'd like you to note in this slide, on slide 9. First, daily maximum velocities for the California WaterFix scenarios remain above about 0.9 feet per second at all times, which according to the literature that we just reviewed a moment ago, is a velocity that's too high to allow cyanobacteria to outcompete green algae and diatoms within the river. Second, during the 40% of the time when the river velocities are the lowest, which you can see on the right side of the figure, the California WaterFix would more frequently result in higher velocities than would occur under the no-action alternative, which is indicated by the black line. The California WaterFix scenarios are indicated in the colored lines in these graphics. Turning to slide 10, when looking at velocities on an even finer 15-minute time step, for the month of August, you see in this slide on slide 10, August, I should mention August is a key month for microcystis blooms in the Central Valley. There's a couple of things I'd like you to note from this figure. First, we see that the frequency with which any given velocity is exceeded is very similar among all 5 scenarios modeled. Second, for the 40% of the time when velocities are lowest, again, which you can see on the right side, lower right side of the graphic, The California WaterFix would more frequently result in higher velocities than would the no-action alternative. Slide 11. As the figure in this slide shows, the frequency with which any given temperature would be exceeded in the lower Sacramento River upstream of the city's Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant in the month of August would be about the same for the proposed action and the no-action alternative. So the California WaterFix is shown by the PA, the red line PA standing for proposed action, because this modeling came from the biological assessment for the California WaterFix. In that modeling, the WaterFix was depicted as alternative 4AH3+. Figures for other months of the May through October period, that period of the year when water temperatures in the river are warm enough for microcystis blooms to occur, look similar to this figure here in slide 11, indicating that the California WaterFix would have very small effects on lower Sacramento River water temperature relative to that which would occur under the no-action alternative. The minor temperature effects of the California WaterFix would not change the frequency or magnitude of blooms in the river relative to that which would occur under the thermal regime that would exist under the no-action alternative. This finding from detailed analyses does not support the city's claim pertaining to temperature and harmful algal blooms in the lower Sacramento River. My analyses supported the same opinion for the lower American River. Slide 12. Based on similar analyses, my second opinion for the lower American River harmful algal blooms is similar to the opinion that I just went through with you for the lower Sacramento River. Having difficulty with the clicker here. There we go. Maybe I was pointing it the wrong way. My third opinion pertains to disinfection byproducts at the City of Sacramento's water treatment plants. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that the California WaterFix would not cause increases in temperature and organic carbon in the lower Sacramento and lower American rivers of frequency and magnitude that would substantially increase the disinfection byproduct formation potential at the city's water treatment plants. Slide 16. The city's water treatment plants are regulated to comply with disinfection byproduct drinking water MCL's maximum contaminant levels in the treated drinking water supply on an annual average basis. To determine how the California WaterFix would affect total trihalomethane formation potential, for example, I first determined the highest annual average temperature increase modeled for the lower Sacramento and lower American rivers, which was 0.1 degrees Fahrenheit for the lower Sacramento River and 0.5 degrees Fahrenheit for the lower American River. Again, this is on an annual average basis. I then reviewed the scientific literature to identify general models that have been developed to show how the temperature, when temperature increases in a raw water supply, what effect that temperature change has on the total trihalomethane formation potential at a water treatment plant. Using 5 such models, all of which showed good predictive ability, the highest percent increase in total trihalomethanes determined for the Sacramento River's 0.1 degree Fahrenheit annual average temperature increase was 0.4%, shown on the left side of this slide, and was 1.6% for the half a degree maximum annual temperature increase modeled for the lower American River, shown on the right side of the slide. This translates into about a 1 microgram per liter increase in total trihalomethane production, for which the drinking water MCL is 80, total of 80 micrograms per liter. For additional perspective, the city's annual average total trihalomethane concentration reported in its 2012 through 2015 water quality consumer confidence reports ranged from 57 micrograms per liter to 74 micrograms per liter. At this point in the presentation, I'd like to turn things over to Mr. Owen, who has also provided testimony on this topic, on the trihalomethanes, and I'll let him add to this discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. My qualifications were in Exhibit DWR 15 related to this topic. And on slide
Before we move on, the previous slides were from DWR 8 errata, and then these slides will be from DWR 9, if I'm correct. Thank you.
and it's listed in the upper right-hand corner as DWR-9. I have only 2 slides, one with my conclusions and a second with some backup. But my fundamental conclusions are 3. A temperature difference of 1 degree Fahrenheit is very small in terms of affecting THM, and I also included HAA5 because both of these are chlorinated, halogenated compounds that are regulated under the DBP rule. So I included HAA5 as well. This temperature change alone of that magnitude would not result in a DBP compliance issue for the City of Sacramento's water treatment plants. To reach an extent of change in temperature at which it would be observable is probably more on the order of 5 degrees centigrade, which is close to 10 degrees Fahrenheit. And much of the work that's been done in developing the predictive equations that Dr. Bryan was talking about and on which I relied usually use this kind of increment, 5 degrees centigrade. I also noted in Bonnie Starr's testimony, which was City Sacramento-8, that she indicated that increases in water temperature affected water treatment processes themselves. And it wasn't clear in that testimony to me whether she thought that were a good or a bad thing, but actually it's a positive thing. Conventional processes as well as disinfection become more efficient as temperature increases, although at a 1 degree Fahrenheit increment, it would not be discernible. So in the upper right-hand corner, this also says DWR-9. So the analytical approach that I used is similar to what Dr. Bryan did, is I applied an industry-accepted model. It is one of the predictive equation groups that Dr. Bryan has used, but I used it because it is the one that was used by the US EPA in developing the THM and HA5 requirements as a part of the Stage 1 and Stage 2 DBP role. And I am familiar with that work and was engaged in that process. So I also used a 1 degree Fahrenheit difference, and that's a little bit higher than the annual average that Dr. Bryan used. I wanted to be conservative in this fashion, so I looked over all the temperature increases in the modeling work that Dr. Bryan had done at any probability of exceedance for any month, and 1 degree Fahrenheit was the maximum, so I chose that. And so I increased both at a lower end and an upper end the temperature by 1 degree, and you can see the increase in percentages for total trihalomethanes and the sum of 5 haloacetic acids. Note that actually the percentages of decrease as the temperature increases. It's not a linear function that's associated with this. And all of these percentages would not in any way result in a compliance issue for the City of Sacramento water treatment plants for these halogenated compounds under the DBP rule. And so, Dr. Bryan, I'll turn this back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. So continuing with DWR 8 errata, slide 17. The city claimed that the California WaterFix would increase dissolved organic carbon in the lower Sacramento River and lower American rivers due to 2 factors: increased cyanobacteria and reduced reservoir storage. As I already discussed, cyanobacteria would not change notably in either of the rivers between the California WaterFix and the no-action alternative, and thus would not contribute to higher dissolved organic carbon in the rivers. With regards to storage, the city claimed that releases from reservoirs at lower storage levels would load additional organic carbon to the rivers below the reservoir. They further claimed that lower reservoir levels in the fall would expose more shoreline within the reservoir, which would load more organic carbon to the rivers once we had a first flush event in the fall. My analyses did not support either of the city's claims with regards to reservoir storage. Regarding potential exposed shoreline, and using Folsom Reservoir as an example in my analysis, the potential additional exposed shoreline in the fall of the year for the California WaterFix relative to the no-action alternative would constitute less than 1/100th of 1% of the acreage of the watershed. Such a negligible change in the watershed would not be expected to change organic carbon levels in the rivers downstream of the reservoir. Whoops. I'll get this clicker figured out about the time I'm done with my presentation here. Still trying to figure out where to point it. There we go. Slide 19. To address the city's claim that lower storage results in higher organic carbon in the rivers downstream of the reservoir, I compiled monthly Shasta storage data and river dissolved organic carbon in the river downstream of the reservoir at Balls Ferry. As shown in the figure on slide 19, the dissolved organic carbon in the river does not go up as storage goes down, as was claimed by the city. In fact, these data show no relationship between Shasta storage and organic carbon in the lower Sacramento River downstream of the reservoir. Slide 20, I performed the same analyses for Folsom Reservoir storage and Lower American River organic carbon. And again, you can see from this figure, organic carbon in the Lower American River does not go up as storage goes down. Okay. Slide 21, I'm keeping a close eye on these slides here. Slide 21, my fourth opinion pertains to reservoir storage and dissolved metals in the rivers. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that the discharge from reservoirs having somewhat lower summer and fall storage under the California WaterFix relative to that under the no action alternative would not cause increased dissolved metals in the rivers and thus would not cause additional treatment requirements at the water treatment plants. Slide 23, modeling for the California WaterFix shows no substantial reductions in end of September storage for either Shasta or Folsom reservoirs. Slide 24, to further assess this issue, I compiled monthly Shasta and Folsom storage data from CDEC and metals data in the rivers below these reservoirs from DWR's Water Quality Data Library. And as shown on slide 24, this figure relates dissolved iron concentrations in the lower Sacramento River at Balls Ferry to end of September storage in the reservoir, in Shasta Reservoir. The weak positive relationship of lower dissolved metal concentration in the river when reservoir storage levels are lower, shown here again in slide 24, is the opposite relationship of that claimed by the city. I also demonstrated this for manganese, which is shown and discussed in my technical report. Slide 26. I'll now move on to the second major component of my presentation this afternoon, where I present 5 opinions pertaining to the effects of the California WaterFix on delta harmful algal blooms. This testimony is being provided as rebuttal of claims made by San Joaquin County and other parties as specified, specifically identified and cited in my written technical report, which again was submitted as Exhibit DWR 653. Slide 27. My fifth opinion pertains to delta flows and harmful algal blooms. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that although microcystis blooms are expected to occur at certain delta locations in the future, just as they have occurred historically, channel velocities at various delta locations would not be altered to a degree that would make hydrodynamic conditions substantially more conducive to microcystis blooms under the California WaterFix scenario relative to the hydrodynamics that would occur in these channels under the no-action alternative. Slide 29. I assessed 10 delta locations, many of which have experienced microcystis blooms in the past for my flow velocity analysis, and those are shown on this figure on slide 29. Slide 30. In the interest of time, I'll present just one of the 10 locations to demonstrate the basis of my fifth opinion. The location is Old River at Rock Slough, which is a delta location that has experienced microcystis blooms in the past. I have 2 points to make from this probability exceedance plot for daily maximum flows shown on slide 30. First, the frequency with which any given daily maximum channel velocity would occur would be nearly the same for all 5 scenarios. This is particularly true for the 50% of the time when flows are at their lowest, which you can see on the right side of the graphic. Second, daily maximum velocities are always sufficiently high, at or above 0.8 feet per second, to produce turbulent, well-mixed conditions within the channel that are more favorable to green algae and diatoms and less favorable for cyanobacteria, including microcystis. The daily maximum exceedance plots for the other 9 locations analyzed are similar to this one, shown here for Old River. Slide 31. In analyzing modeled 15-minute absolute velocity data, and when I say absolute, I mean these are the velocities regardless of which direction they're going. We're working with the absolute velocities. We see that when velocities are below about 0.8 feet per second, the frequency with which a given velocity would be exceeded for the California WaterFix would be equal to or greater than that for the no-action alternative. And you can see that in the kind of the right lower part of the slide where the colored lines are all at or above the black line for the no-action alternative. Hence, the California WaterFix is not causing low flow velocities more often than under the no-action alternative scenario. Velocities between about 0.8 and 1.2 feet per second do occur somewhat less frequently for the California WaterFix relative to the no action, and you can see that in the left upper portion of the graphic. Nevertheless, the velocities that do occur for the California WaterFix in this range are sufficiently high to place cyanobacteria at a hydrodynamic disadvantage in its competition with other algae because of the turbulence and velocity that such high flows would produce. Consequently, somewhat reduced velocities for the California WaterFix scenario in this higher velocity range of 0.8 to 1.2 feet per second would not be expected to encourage greater cyanobacteria blooms at this location relative to that which would occur under the no-action alternative. Slide 36. My 6th opinion pertains to the effects of the California WaterFix on delta channel flow velocities as they affect delta residence time and harmful algal blooms. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that increased residence time alone does not equate with increased microcystis bloom frequency or magnitude. Based on current science, it's uncertain how cyanohabs would react to California WaterFix-driven changes in residence time as modeled. Slide 37. This is continuing on the residence time topic. Channel velocities really are the driver of a number of key factors affecting microcystis, including residence time, channel turbulence and mixing, which is the real big one because it affects the competition of microcystis with other algae, and in-channel turbidity, in-channel generated turbidity, which then affects the attenuation of light down through the water column, and of course all algae are competing for light. Because these and other factors interact in a complex fashion to affect cyanohabs, increased or long residence time alone by itself as a factor by itself do not always result in a bloom occurrence or a increased bloom frequency. And we see that from various research that's been done in the delta. Slide 40. My 7th opinion pertains to the effects of the California WaterFix on delta temperatures and harmful algal blooms. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that the frequency and magnitude of cyanobacteria blooms in the delta would not increase substantially due to the minor increases or changes in temperatures due to the California WaterFix relative to the temperatures that would occur in the same locations under the no-action alternative. Slide 42. For this temperature assessment, I analyzed 9 different locations, which included both main stem rivers, the Sacramento and San Joaquin, locations on each of those rivers, as well as a number of central, south, and eastern delta locations known to have experienced microcystis blooms in the past. Slide 44. The probability exceedance plot on slide 44 shows that the frequency with which any given temperature would occur in the San Joaquin River at Prisoner's Point in the month of August would be about the same for the California WaterFix and the no-action alternative. This minor difference in August temperature regime between the two scenarios would not alter microcystis bloom frequency or magnitude at this river location for the California WaterFix relative to that which would occur under the temperature regime for the no-action alternative. This was also the case for the other 8 locations that I assessed, so I'm only showing you this plot for Prisoner's Point, but the other exceedance plots for the other 8 locations look very similar to this. Slide 46. My 8th opinion pertains to the effects of the California WaterFix on delta turbidity and harmful algal blooms. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that the minor change in turbidity that may occur for the California WaterFix would not have a substantial effect on the frequency or magnitude of harmful algal blooms in the delta. Continuing on this turbidity topic, slide 48, the final EIR-EIS analyzed the analysis of turbidity concluded that the California WaterFix would have less than significant non-adverse effects on delta turbidity. We can also, glean additional insight on this issue by looking at recent research, and in particular, Lehman et al. 2017, which was a study of microcystis blooms in the delta for the drought year of 2014 compared to what occurred in wet years of 2004 and 2005 and dry years of 2007 and 2008. The Lehman et al. Study found that delta turbidity and light levels in the euphotic zone, that zone of the water column where the algae is productive, did not differ significantly between the drought year 2014 and other years, despite the San Joaquin River flows being a factor of 3 lower in 2014 relative to what they were in the wet years of 2004 and 2005. Because flow differences of a factor of 3 across years did not significantly alter delta turbidity or light availability for microcystis, I would not expect the smaller magnitude flow differences between the California WaterFix and the no-action alternatives to significantly affect delta turbidity or light availability for microcystis. Slide 49. My 9th opinion pertains to the effects of the California WaterFix on delta nutrients and harmful algal blooms. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that relatively small increases in nutrients due to the California WaterFix would not be expected to increase the frequency, magnitude, or duration of cyanobacteria blooms, cyanohabs as we call them, in the delta relative to that which would occur under the no-action alternative. Slide 51, continuing on this topic of nutrients. The issue raised by the other parties is pertaining to nutrients is that the California WaterFix scenarios would increase the proportion of San Joaquin River water and decrease the proportion of Sacramento River water in the central delta. Because San Joaquin River water is higher in nitrogen and phosphorus than the Sacramento River water, that change in flow fractions leads to an increase in nutrients in those central delta locations, nitrogen and phosphorus. So to assess the effects of these slight increases in nitrogen and phosphorus, I turned to the scientific literature, which indicates that total nitrogen and orthophosphate, or soluble reactive phosphorus, SRP as it's shown in the slide, which is the form of phosphorus most readily used by phytoplankton, are available in non-limiting amounts in our delta. In their review article of everything that was known about microcystis at the time that they wrote it in 2015, Berg and Satula found that nutrient concentrations and N to P ratios do not change sufficiently among years to explain the interannual variation in microcystis blooms, frequency of occurrence, or the biomass of those blooms. They further state in their paper, and I quote here, therefore the initiation of microcystis blooms and other cyanohabs are probably not associated with changes in nutrient concentrations or their ratios in the delta. Findings from these researchers and others indicate that the small changes in nitrogen and phosphorus that would occur for the California WaterFix would not be expected to affect microcystis blooms in the delta. Was on a roll there, but oh, there we go. Thanks for the help. Slide 52. This brings me to my third and final topic area. My 10th opinion pertains to the effects of the California WaterFix on water quality at the City of Stockton's water treatment plant intake on the San Joaquin River. Based on my analyses, it's my opinion that the California WaterFix would not alter the water quality at the City of Stockton's water treatment plant intake in a manner that would cause adverse impacts to the municipal and industrial supply beneficial uses at that river location. This opinion that I reached from performing site-specific analyses is consistent with the impact determinations made in the recirculated and final EIR. Slide 53. The water quality concerns raised by the City of Stockton are those listed here in slide 53. It's my opinion that the impact assessment for these constituents presented in the recirculated draft and final EIR/EIS adequately and accurately addressed whether or not the California WaterFix would cause significant adverse effects or impacts to the municipal and industrial supply beneficial uses of the Delta, including the reach of the San Joaquin River where the City of Stockton diverts for M&I uses. Nevertheless, additional analyses were performed specifically at the city's intake location to best address their concerns that they raised in these proceedings. I've already presented my opinions on the effects of the California WaterFix on the latter two issues listed on slide 53, those being water temperature and cyanobacteria. My opinions presented on these topics also apply to the city's intake location on the San Joaquin River. Regarding other toxins, the EIR/EIS assessed a total of 182 different constituents or constituent classes, many of which were toxins, and found that the California WaterFix would result in less than significant or non-adverse impacts for all toxic compounds in the Delta, including the San Joaquin River. Regarding pesticides, my technical report, Exhibit DWR 652, provides a detailed assessment of the potential for the California WaterFix to affect pesticide levels for those pesticides at the city's drinking water intake, those pesticides that are regulated with drinking water MCLs. This assessment did not identify any pesticides that the California WaterFix would increase to levels of concern for the diversion and treatment of municipal and industrial water supplies at the city's intake location. The final 5 constituents listed in slide 53, those being bromide, chloride, EC, organic carbon, and nitrate plus nitrite, were assessed quantitatively using the DSM-2 modeling output for the 4 California WaterFix scenarios, again 4A-H3, 4A-H4, Boundary 1, Boundary 2, and the no action alternative. Whoops. Slide 55. As an example of these latter constituents and the analyses that I performed on them, slide 55 shows box and whisker and probability exceedance plots for monthly bromide concentrations in the San Joaquin River at the City of Stockton's intake location. The period of record analyzed using the DSM-2 model is the same period you've heard about in the past, which is 1976 through 1991. I also, in the technical report, analyzed each of the water year types individually. This particular graphic shows all years together for the period of record. There are no adopted water quality objectives or criteria for bromide, and the primary source of bromide to the city's water treatment plant intake location is seawater intrusion or bromide concentrations as background levels in the San Joaquin River itself. I conclude from the site-specific analyses that bromide concentrations that would occur at the site for the California WaterFix would not substantially degrade water quality with respect to bromide relative to that which would occur at this site under the no action alternative, and thus would not adversely impact the San Joaquin River's municipal and industrial supply beneficial uses. This is the same impact conclusion reached for bromide in the final EIR/EIS. I made the same technical findings from my site-specific analyses for chloride, EC, nitrate plus nitrite, and organic carbon. And with that, I will end and answer any questions that board staff may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mazel. That concludes your direct.
It does.
Right. Then we will begin with cross-examination, and I think the first group up will be, well, it would have been Ms. Meserve with Group 19, but per her request, it is Mr. Keeling, group number 24, who will go first. And Mr. Keeling, I would like to give the court reporter a break around 3:30, so please find a convenient time, because you had requested an hour. So if there's a natural break around 3:30, we will take a break then.
Good afternoon to the hearing officers and counsel and the witnesses. I'm Tom Keeling on behalf of the San Joaquin County Protestants. My questions are all for Dr. Bryan. They have to do with particularly in the Delta, but going into a little bit more his testimony about key factors such as turbidity, velocity, that affect the formation of HABs. As a preliminary matter, Dr. Bryan, has the DSM-2 model ever been used in a peer-reviewed scientific journal to predict the effects of flow velocity in HABs formation?
I don't know.
Has the DSM-2 model ever been used to assess the potential for formation of HABs in a peer-reviewed scientific journal?
I guess that sounded like the same question to me. Was there a different aspect to that question?
Okay, I mean, I'm phrasing it another way. Is the answer still you don't know?
Could you repeat the question?
Has the DSM-2 model ever been used to assess the potential for formation of HABs in any peer-reviewed scientific journal at all?
It may have been, but I'm not aware.
Do I recall correctly that you examined Knight's Landing for temperature?
Yes.
And you looked at Knight's Landing for flow as well, is that right?
No, not for flow.
Why didn't you examine other locations for temperature, such as Elk Slough or Snodgrass Slough?
I didn't have temperature modeling data available at those locations.
Did you conduct any kind of investigation to see if you would have temperature data available for locations that might be more conducive to HABs formation than Knight's Landing?
The reason that I analyzed temperature at Knight's Landing was as part of my rebuttal of City of Sacramento's claims that the California WaterFix would increase microcystis blooms in the Sacramento River upstream of their Sacramento River water treatment plant. So the logical location to look at temperature and velocities was near their intake. So that's why I looked at the location of Knight's Landing upstream of their intake location.
Did the City of San Joaquin's testimony, or did the City of Sacramento's testimony include a discussion of Knight's Landing?
I don't believe that it did.
Or temperature at Knight's Landing?
I don't recall that they discussed that, no.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting, but Mr. Keeling asked a question, did the City of San Joaquin's testimony?
City of Sacramento, I'm sorry.
I suspected but maybe could you ask the question again, because the record reads City of San Joaquin.
Let the record reflect that I meant the City of Sacramento.
And just for the witness, if you could confirm his answer would remain the same.
And the answer would remain the same, even if I meant the city of Sacramento rather than the city of San Joaquin?
Yes.
And Mr. Belinda, the microphone needs to be lower and closer to you. Thank you.
Do you know of any locations in the Delta that would be typically subject to lower river velocities than the main stem of the Sacramento River during the same model period?
Yeah, there are a lot of different locations in the Delta that would have lower velocities than the main stem Sacramento River.
And those might include Elk Slough?
Sloughs do tend to have lower velocities than main stem rivers, yes.
That would include Cache Slough and Snodgrass Slough?
Objection asked and answered.
Are you moving on, Mr. Keeling?
Yes.
Thank you.
Am I correct in understanding that you examined the river velocity using DSM-2?
That's correct.
Are the figures shown on pages 8 and 9 of DWR, and Mr. Baker, are DWR 8 not this errata? All of my discussions will be on DWR 8. Pages 8 and 9. Do you have pages 8 and 9 in front of you, sir?
I think they're coming up on the screen.
Good. My question very simply is, why don't these figures identify how they were generated?
Why don't they, could you repeat the question?
Well, I understood from your previous response that these figures were based on DSM-2.
That's correct.
And I'm wondering why that wasn't shown on the figures themselves.
No particular reason.
Who prepared the model output figures that for pages 8 and 9?
The modeling was conducted for DWR's case in chief, so DWR modelers would have produced them. Then the output files were given to me and my staff and I worked up these figures.
Did you personally prepare these figures?
I did not. My staff produced these figures.
Do you know who on your staff produced these figures?
Yes.
Who?
Kyle Moon.
Kyle?
Moon.
Okay. You examined water velocity at River Mile 58, did you not?
I examined flow velocity at River Mile 58 in the lower Sacramento River. That's correct.
Okay. How was the water velocity at River Mile 58 determined?
Using the DSM-2 model.
DSM-2 uses average velocity, is that correct?
The DSM-2 model runs on a 15-minute time step, so you can get whatever averages out of that you want.
Well, I was really speaking spatially, not temporally. Let me put it this way. Isn't it true that estimated velocities drop non-linearly from the center of the channel towards the river margin where the blooms form?
Yes, the channel margins would have lower velocity than the center of the channel. That's correct.
So going back to my question about average velocity, now do you understand what I mean when I say it was a spatial rather than a temporal reference? So what's the answer?
What's the question?
Does DSM-2 use average velocity?
And if your question is specific to how DSM-2 models average velocity spatially, I would want to defer that question to the modelers. I didn't conduct the modeling, so I can't specifically tell you exactly how it spatially averages velocity across the channel.
Well, does the method by which velocity at River Mile 58 was determined Also give us the water velocity on the channel margin of the river.
Objection asked and answered. He's indicated that that's a detail that the modeler will have to speak to.
Actually, that's a different question.
It is a different question.
It's my understanding that the DSM-2 model looks at the entire channel. Exactly how it averages velocity across that channel, you'd have to ask the modelers to define that for you. So my understanding is it would look at all parts of the channel, but again, exactly how it averages the velocity across the channel, they could speak to much better than I.
But is it your understanding that whatever that average is would then apply to other parts of the channel, the entire channel?
Well, my understanding is that DSM-2 doesn't give you different velocities for different sections of the channel, if that's the question. It gives you one velocity for the entire channel.
So your answer would be no.
To what question?
To the question I just asked, which is, does the method by which velocity at river mile 58 was determined also give us the water velocity on the channel margin of the river?
And my answer was, my best understanding is that it would integrate velocities in the channel margin as a part of how it calculates a single velocity for the channel. It does not give separate velocities for different distinct portions of the channel.
Madam Hearing Officer, I asked a yes or no question. I'm not...
Mr. Keeling, he answered the question. I understood his answer.
Thank you.
I expect that you do as well.
Thank you. Well, my next question then was, what is the velocity at the edge of the channel at river mile 58?
Objection vague. At what point in time? Under what flow conditions?
Well, under what conditions did you examine velocity at river mile 58? Those would be the conditions under which I'm asking this question.
So my analysis used the best available modeling that's available to me, modeling that was specifically done for the California WaterFix to analyze how this project would affect flows, velocities, temperatures, all the things that we've been talking about in this hearing. So the rebuttal testimony that I was preparing to rebut claims that the California WaterFix would cause substantial increases in microcystis blooms in the Sacramento River upstream of the city of Sacramento's water treatment plant. Those claims had no modeling whatsoever. They had nothing to back them up, nothing to back up those statements. So I used best available information produced specifically for this hearing process from the standard models that we've talked about for months in this proceeding. And that's the best available information I had in order to evaluate velocities in the channel. And so that's what I used.
I'm going to move to strike the entire monologue, which was unresponsive and didn't constitute evidence.
Mr. Keeling, you asked a question. He answered it to the best of his ability. I followed his answer. And so I will ask you to move on because I think you've made your point on this.
Did you use the particle tracking module, sometimes referred to as the PTM?
No, I did not.
Are you aware of what the PTM is?
Yes.
And you didn't use it at all in this analysis?
I did not.
You understand that the PTM treats tracked particles as being neutrally buoyant, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And you understand that cyanobacteria are not neutrally buoyant, don't you?
Many cyanobacteria can control their buoyancy and move up and down in the water column.
So they're not neutral?
Well, sometimes they're neutral. Depends how much they've put into their gas vesicles.
Why did you not use the PTM in this case?
I did not use the particle tracking model because what the particle tracking model is looking at least in how it's been used for discussions of residence time. And microcystis ecology is very complex, and one of the things that I've already indicated in my presentation is worth reiterating here is that velocity controls channel turbulence and mixing, and channel turbulence and mixing controls whether microcystis can outcompete other algae and win and perform a big bloom at a location, or whether the other algae outcompete microcystis and it just doesn't ever really form a large problematic bloom. So there's a lot of factors that microcystis needs to come together to form a bloom, one of which can aid microcystis in the sense of accumulating. It's a slow-growing algae. And so one of the reasons it gets outcompeted by other algae is because they're faster growing. So when microcystis is forming a bloom over time, particularly in a riverine system like the Sacramento River, it can't really win that game of competition with other algae before it gets flushed downstream. The residence times are simply too short in a riverine environment. In addition, the riverine environment is turbulent and mixing and has high turbidity, and so when those cells get churned from the top to the bottom of the channel, microcystis needs a lot of light as well. It doesn't grow as well in low light conditions as diatoms and other forms of algae, and so those other forms outcompete it. The way that microcystis tries to win that competition, whether it's in a river or a channel in the delta, it needs that calm water environment, that lack of churning and mixing, because when the water column is stable, it can control its buoyancy and it moves itself up to the surface where it can reproduce at the surface in high light environments. It can handle higher light environments than many other algae. It performs, it gets up to the surface, it grows, it produces colonies. These colonies float up, they come together as mats, and they form a mat at the surface is what they're trying to do, which then shades out the other algae, and that's how they win that competition. That's all disrupted when you have turbulence and mixing. So if in a particular location, if cyanobacteria are growing and they're starting to form a bloom, the longer residence time you have, the more of those cells of microcystis can accumulate and come up to the surface, and you get more and more biomass over time versus getting flushed out of the area, which was what would happen with a short hydraulic residence time. So what the particle tracking model does is it essentially in the DSM-2 model, it puts in particles at a location, and it tracks them to see how long it takes, how many days it takes for them to get flushed out of a reach of a channel or an area within the delta. The reason I didn't use the particle tracking model in my analysis is I think it can be misleading in terms of the results that you're getting from it when you're trying to analyze whether microcystis will form a bloom or not. Because imagine two different scenarios that both have a residence time of, let's just say, 10 days. One scenario is a water body that is very lake-like, like a slough habitat or something, and the particles in a model would move into that area and move out over a 10-day period, but the entire 10 days would be a very calm, stable water column environment, and microcystis could compete very well in that environment. In our delta, we have a large tidal flux, and we have channels that flow both directions every day. So you can still have a particle tracking model come up with a 10-day residence time, but each and every one of those days, that channel is moving back and forth. It's sloshing on the tidal cycle back and forth, back and forth. And so you're getting turbulence and mixing that's going to cause microcystis to be at a hydrodynamic disadvantage in its competition with other algae. So residence time as measured by a particle tracking model is not refined enough, in my opinion, to make judgments about how microcystis would react or not react based on a 1 or 2 or 3 day change in residence time out of a particle tracking model. That's why I didn't use it.
What model did you use to estimate temperature for your testimony?
It was the modeling that was performed for the biological assessment, and I believe that's Reclamation's temperature model.
Is that a predictive model? By predictive, I mean a model that would estimate the actual temperatures in the river at a given location during operations.
Well, we've had long discussions on that in this hearing. All models are attempting to, provide information in the right ballpark, but the way in which we use the models, including the temperature model, is in a comparative fashion. So I was less focused on the absolute temperatures in my analysis and more interested in how the relative frequency and magnitude with which temperatures would change, and the relative magnitude by which the California WaterFix would change temperatures, not so much to try to predict absolute temperatures.
Let's take a look at the graphic display of the model run on page 10 of DWR 8, Mr. Baker. Do you have that in front of you? Yeah. Why is the source of this figure on page 10 of DWR 8 not identified?
No particular reason.
Who prepared the chart at page 10?
The actual figure?
Yes.
My staff.
You know who on your staff?
Kyle Moon.
Why didn't you show the temperature for 4A, H3, and H4 and the two boundary conditions as well?
Because those were not available for this location. This modeling comes from the biological assessment, and it did not look at those other scenarios. It just looked at the proposed action versus the no action alternative.
So how could one compare the outcomes of those scenarios with respect to temperature?
Again, I didn't have access to modeling for those scenarios at a location in relatively close proximity upstream of the city of Sacramento's intake, so I used what modeling was available to me.
Is that I don't know?
No, that's not a I don't know.
Are you telling me there is no way to make that comparison?
Objection, badgering the witness.
Mr. Keeling,
Question is, how would you make the comparison?
how would you make the comparison, Dr. Bryan?
How would you make what comparison?
The comparison for temperatures for 4A, H3, H4, and the two boundary conditions.
We would have to do a model run with the reclamation's temperature model for all of those conditions and then get output at that location.
But that was never done.
Not to my knowledge.
This figure at page 10 of DWR 8 describes modeled temperatures at Knight's Landing. Is that correct?
Yeah, modeled temperatures at Knight's Landing on the lower Sacramento River. That's correct.
The figure seems to me to show that the probability of exceedance at Knight's Landing was summarized here for all the water years combined. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Going back to the temperature model being used, has that temperature model ever been used in a peer-reviewed scientific article to assess the potential for HABs formation?
I don't know.
How is the average of 91 years of model runs related to the formation of algal blooms?
That's not an average that's shown in these graphs.
Do these graphs show peak temperatures?
This graphic does show that the highest temperature that would have been output for any given month in the model.
This would be a good place to break, going back to your earlier point.
Let me clarify, the highest temperature in that month, not the highest average temperature of that month, not the average temperature of that month.
Yeah, this probability exceedance plot would include all monthly output data for the 1922 through 2003 period of record. So the probability exceedance lines that you see for each figure would take in all of those monthly averages for each month of each of the years.
Monthly average.
Well, this, let me correct, this is just August. I have to remind ourselves, we're just looking at August. So it's going to have 82 Augusts in that data set. You get one value for August for each year out of the
But is
model.
that an average value for that August?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take a 15-minute break and we will return at 3:35. It is 3:35, so please take your seat. We will resume. And Mr. Keeling, I've been advised by counsel to be very clear in case there are any confusion on the record, that with respect to your motion to strike a portion of Dr. Bryan's testimony, actually an answer to your question, which you characterize as, what was it? A monologue. In response to that motion, my ruling is that it is overruled.
Thank you.
With that, just so you know, I've asked Ms. Heinrich to keep track of the verbal objections that are voiced during the course of this hearing on admissibility, and I've asked Mr. Oceandusko to keep track of any questions that are particularly for the petitioner's witnesses that are being deferred to a later witness so that we make sure that they are appropriately addressed.
That was my understanding, and for that reason, I've not thought it necessary to follow up with a letter or writing to the hearing officers about the 2 motions to strike I made on Tuesday.
Thank you. We appreciate the efficiency and the saving of trees in terms of flying more paperwork with us. All right, with that, Mr. Keeling, we are back to you and your cross-examination.
Going back to Exhibit DWR 8, Dr. Bryan, page 27. Mr. Baker, can you put us on page 27? There we go, thank you. Do I understand correctly that these 9 Delta locations referred to are representative of the entire Delta in your testimony?
What I attempted to do is select a reasonable number of locations that both geographically covered the cross-section, the geographic area of the Delta, some of the main stem channels, the San Joaquin River and the Sacramento River, as well as those interior Delta channels that have experienced microcystis in the blooms in the past. So yes, collectively, I was attempting to make the 9 Delta locations reasonably representative for the analysis.
Are there any of these locations that are not either large river channels or sloughs directly hydrologically connected to the existing export intakes?
Could you repeat that question?
I'll put it differently. Are any of these locations dead-end sloughs?
I do not believe so.
So none of these in your assessment are dead-end sloughs. Did you look at any dead-end sloughs?
No.
You know how many dead-end sloughs there are in the Delta?
Many.
Sorry, your answer?
I would say many.
Thank you. I'd like to bring you to page 28, Mr. Baker. And please forgive me, Dr. Bryan, I may have missed a moment of your direct testimony about this exhibit, and if I'm going over it again, I apologize. What is shown in the figure on page 28?
It's a figure of the Delta that shows the locations, the 9 different locations that I assessed flow velocity, the locations at which I assessed flow velocity.
And is there a reason why the source of this figure is not listed anywhere on the exhibit?
No particular reason, no.
Who prepared page 28?
My staff.
Who in particular?
Dave Thomas.
Thank you. Who decided on these specific locations?
It was really a combination of factors. One, I met with modelers and said that I wanted to look at, again, a geographic coverage of the Delta, up to 10 different locations for my analysis to evaluate flow velocity. And I wanted to choose locations that I knew from past research, like Lehman studies, that had microcystis blooms occurring in those locations historically. And so we overlaid those areas that have had microcystis issues in the past with those locations for which flow velocity were available from the models, and that's how I came up with these locations.
Why did you not also examine any of what you've characterized as the many dead-end sloughs in the Delta?
Primarily because I don't think that the DSM-2 model necessarily can model velocities in dead-end sloughs very well. And secondly, I don't know, well, I guess I could leave it at that. I'm not so sure that when we're trying to look at how the California WaterFix would affect velocities in channels in the Delta and how it can affect microcystis blooms. If you get into a dead-end slough, no matter how you operate the system, that dead-end slough is going to have low velocities. By definition, it's a dead-end slough. So you're just not going to see much of a difference in that slough between the no-action alternative and the California WaterFix scenarios.
Do you have any reports or studies to back up that conclusion?
No, just my years of experience in working on aquatic systems.
Did you do any testing or modeling yourself to reach that conclusion?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you just told me that you didn't think that the WaterFix, if it's approved, would make a difference with respect to velocities in dead-end sloughs. And I'm asking if you did any modeling or testing yourself on that.
No.
Objection asked and answered.
No, it's been answered.
Taking a look at the velocity modeling on pages 29 through 34 of Exhibit DWR 8, this is a series of velocity figures. Perhaps you can go through them, Mr. Baker, so that the witness can see what we're talking about. Thank you. I have just two questions. Is the velocity modeling that is shown on these pages 29 through 34 of DWR 8 to be used on a project operational basis?
Objection vague.
Okay. Would these velocities presented on these pages be the same velocities that you would expect to see during project operations?
The modeling that I used was conducted to define what we would see in terms of flows and velocities under the different scenarios that are indicated in the slide. So that's what I had to work with. There's always, obviously a project like this has operational flexibility. Things can vary somewhat from planning models, but as far as the analysis that I was able to conduct at this point in time, this, in my opinion, was the best indication of the velocities that would occur at this location for each of those scenarios.
So these are not predictive?
Well, again, models are always trying to be as reasonably accurate as they can be. We've had extensive discussion in this hearing about predictive models and comparative models. My analysis is it's not important that these models be pinpoint accurate. They're in the, because of all the development that DSM-2 has gone through over the years and its various calibrations and everything, we have enough confidence to use the DSM-2 model for these types of proceedings. So we think that it gives us reasonable estimates of flows and velocities and things of that nature. I use the data out of DSM-2 in a comparative mode. What my interest is here, as shown on the right lower side of this graphic in particular, is where microcystis is going to get a foothold and form the large blooms that are problematic is when flows are low. So a probability exceedance plot like this shows you that when flows are low, the frequency with which they're low is the same across the alternatives. That's what I was looking to determine.
The next few questions may betray my ignorance because I'm just a guy on the street and you're a scientist, so don't think me foolish. If I understand your testimony correctly, long residence times are associated with lower channel velocities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that longer residence times associated with lower channel velocities are likelier to lead to HABs formation than shorter residence times associated with higher channel velocities?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, vague.
It is a hypothetical. But I think it's a clear hypothetical. Did you understand the question?
Hold on, I'm having... When in doubt, just hit it. All right.
I'll repeat the question.
Mr. Keeling, yes, please do repeat the question.
Yes. Is it fair to say that longer residence times associated with lower channel velocities are likelier, generally, to lead to HABs formations than shorter residence times associated with higher channel velocities?
Overruled, Mr. Mizell. I understand the question. I believe Dr. Bryan does as well.
Yeah, I understand the question, but as a hypothetical, one of the things that I attempted to explain earlier is that, you know, we as human beings love to try to figure out what makes things tick, what causes microcystis to do what it does. And flow velocity is very important. Residence time can be important, but it's only two factors in the mix. And so your hypothetical scenario really doesn't give me enough of the other information to be able to answer the question, really. So in general, lower flows and longer residence time are more conducive to microcystis in general. But what you have to be careful of is when you look across a complex arena like our delta and the various channels, if you say, I slow down velocity and increase residence time at this location, therefore I will get more microcystis blooms. It's never that simple. So I would caution against that interpretation.
I wasn't suggesting a single causation. I was assuming a controlling for other causal factors. And if controlled for other factors, I understand your answer to be yes.
In general, as you slow the water down, less turbulence, water column becomes more stable, that's more conducive to microcystis, yes.
So controlling for those other factors you just alluded to, low channel turbulence and mixing is likelier to lead to HAB formation than not, correct?
Say that again.
Controlling for those other factors you alluded to, lower channel turbulence and mixing is likelier to encourage the formation of HABs.
Again, it depends what channel you're talking about. It depends how much you're slowing velocities down. If the channel is highly turbid, it's already at a high velocity, you could slow it down by 20, 30, 50% and have no effect on harmful algal bloom. So there are a lot of other factors. Again, we can talk in generalities, and I think, you know, the answer I provided speaks to the big picture generality that in general, as you slow down channel velocities, reduce turbulence, increase water column stability, that plays to the hydrodynamic advantage of microcystis. But again, I warn against oversimplifications of saying if we slow down velocity, we're automatically going to get more microcystis. That just isn't always the case.
I understand that HABs formations involves a dynamic synthesis of many factors, Dr. Bryan, but I also understand that your testimony breaks it out into individual discussions of temperature, flow, turbidity, And so it makes it very difficult to talk about this without talking, as you did, about these individual components. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Would you agree that controlling for these other components to which you've alluded, low channel turbulence, well, I'll strike that. Isn't it true that lower in-channel turbidity is likely to lead to HABs formation than higher in-channel turbidity, controlling for those other factors?
Again, it depends what lower and higher means. I'll just leave it at that. It depends what turbidity levels you're starting from and going to.
Doesn't the EIR, EIS explain that the California WaterFix, if approved, will result in longer residence times in the Delta?
To the degree that it does, it was probably referring to the particle tracking model that we were discussing earlier. So to the extent that the EIR talks about information from the particle tracking model from DSM-2, that does indicate that there would be longer residence times.
Did you review the final EIR, EIS?
Yes.
And another
I have
HABs
something
one.
to add that will help answer your question about residence time. In the Stockton Deepwater Ship Canal, which is known for having short residence times, in 2012 there was a longer residence times, excuse me. In 2012 there was a very large cyanobacteria bloom. In 2009, when conditions were very similar, so also very long residence times, there was no bloom. And so that's an example of where all the other factors appeared to be similar, and residence time being very slow did not create a bloom.
Thank you, Ms. Priest. Isn't it true that the Deepwater Channel to which you refer is an engineered channel and not part of the Sacramento River?
Yeah, it's not part of the Sacramento River. It's part of the San Joaquin River.
Is it part of a river, or is it an engineered channel?
It's part of the river. It's just been deepened.
Dr. Bryan, we've been talking about HABs, harmful algal blooms. How many cyanobacteria constitute a bloom?
What do you mean by how many cyanobacteria?
I mean, what quantity of, if you meet a single unit of cyanobacteria in the water, it's not an algal bloom. What's the quantity we're talking about before you get to a bloom status?
I guess I've never heard it discussed that way, but if you're talking about microcystis has very small cells. And so you can have millions of cells in the water column and not have a bloom that we would look at and say, oh, geez, there's a problematic bloom. But you could still have, many millions of algae cells in the water column. So when we talk about blooms or problematic blooms, it's just the accumulation of these small cells to a very, very high level where they become visible, where they begin to form those mats at the surface and so on and so forth.
And I believe you've testified that water column clarity is a key driver for the formation of algal blooms?
Yes, it can be, yes.
Is high water clarity considered a prerequisite for microcystis bloom formation?
No, I wouldn't say that it is.
If I told you that was a quote directly from Lehman, 2013, would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me, but microcystis has a life history strategy, as I alluded to earlier, where it in order to compete with other algae and get the light that's available, it can control its location in the water column, so it can migrate up to the surface. So even in areas that have high turbidity and are not very clear, if microcystis has all these other factors in its favor that we're talking about, including hydrodynamics with a stable water column, it can get up to the surface. So you don't have to necessarily have a clear water column for microcystis to form a bloom and outcompete. It may, I'll leave it at that.
But you did agree that water column clarity is a key driver for the formation of algal blooms.
It can be. It's not always prerequisite.
Isn't it true that the proposed WaterFix project, if approved and constructed, would remove much of the sediment carried by the Sacramento River, resulting in greater clarity below the points at which that sediment is removed?
I do not agree with that statement.
Why don't you distribute those? At this time, I'd like to distribute two short excerpts from the final EIR, EIS, and Mr. Baker has them on a flash drive thanks to Ms. Meserve's foresight. And while she's doing that, I'm a little unclear on the procedure. I'm happy to assign this a number next in order and have my assistant upload it tomorrow, or if that's the procedure
please.
you want. Okay.
And also add it to your index of exhibits.
Yes, please.
Okay.
The exhibit identification index.
All right. I have to write that down because I'll never remember it.
Well, thank you for being so helpful, Mr. Keeling,
Hearing Officer
and
Doda.
for wearing the nice tie.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Hearing Officer Dodek, if you would like, I believe Dr. Priest had found a number for the number of cells in a HAB bloom, if that's something that interests you. Otherwise,
Actually,
I know
it
we've
does
progressed.
interest me.
So,
Typically a planktonic, which that's the type of microcystis that we are talking about here. Blooms are defined as 7 by 104 cells per liter and develop over a period of several weeks, starting from a planktonic population of at least 1,000 cells per liter.
And who decided that?
This is based off of two sources, Baxa and others, 2010, who writes on the delta, and then Davis and others, 2009.
Thank you.
I can just imagine the individual who had to count as they were adding up. Dr. Bryan, you've been handed two excerpts from the Bay Delta Conservation Plan / California WaterFix final EIR EIS, which is, I believe, is Exhibit SWRCB-103. And we will have exhibits with these excerpts later, but I think they're all from that. The first is UT7 for Alternative 4, pages 20-131 through 20-133. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
The second is UT7 for Alternative 4A, pages 20-193 through 20-194. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Please direct your attention to the section entitled Solid Waste on page 20-132 of the first excerpt. Mr. Baker, if you can make it a little larger for folks in the back without losing part of those paragraphs. There you go. Thank you.
And Mr. Herrick is muting his phone right now.
Have you had a chance to review that? Or go ahead and let me know when you're finished.
Which section would you like me to read?
The section entitled Solid Waste consists of 3 paragraphs.
Mr. Keeling, would you like to identify this exhibit, SJC, and then the next number?
If I knew what the next number, I would. Maybe you can tell me, Mr. Baker.
We'll let your secretary identify that and put it in with the EII later today.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You understand that this section deals in large part with removal of sedimentation from the river. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the conclusion in the second paragraph where it says, during periods of high sediment load in the Sacramento River, the daily mass of solids would be expected to increase up to 253,000 dry pounds per day. The annual volume of solids is anticipated to be approximately 291,600 cubic feet, paren, dry solids into paren. Do you see that?
Yes.
What would be the effect on water clarity below the proposed North Delta intakes by removing approximately 291,600 cubic feet dry solids annually?
In the water quality chapter of the EIR, EIS, we had to assess how the California WaterFix would affect turbidity. And so if you have a flowing river and you have these diversion intakes and it's flowing at 10 NTUs, those are the nephelometric turbidity units, and a water column is flowing at 10 NTUs and you divert some of that water, the water that passes the diversion is still flowing at 10 NTUs. Because you've taken a bunch of water out, you've taken the sediment with that water. But the turbidity of the water that continues to flow in the channel immediately downstream of those intakes is still 10 NTUs. Now, it's a lower volume of water, and so that lower volume of water would generate less in-channel turbulence and scour of channel margins, et cetera. And so it can have some effect on downstream turbidity. But we did not feel that it would have such a substantial effect because you're still going to have relatively high volumes of flow passing the diversions in the channels downstream. It's still going to have a large sediment load. It's still going to have settling. It's still going to have resuspension of that sediment on a tidal cycle. So in the water quality chapter of the EIR EAS, we found that the California WaterFix would have a less than significant non-adverse effect on turbidity.
Is that why you didn't discuss removal of suspended sedimentation in your testimony about HABs?
Yes, I don't believe that the California WaterFix is going to affect turbidity in the delta to a point that would have any effect on harmful algal blooms.
And just to complete this, the excerpt that we just looked at concerned alternative 4. If you take a look at the second excerpt, which addresses impact UT7 for alternative 4A, do you have that in front of you? And take a look at page 20-193 at the bottom, where it reads, thank you, Mr. Baker, potential effects associated with operation and maintenance of water conveyance facilities would be similar to those described under alternative 4. Therefore, 4A would not result in physical effects associated with the provision of new or physically altered government facilities, and then continue on to page 2190-194 to the third paragraph, Mr. Baker, which states, similar to alternative 4, the operation and maintenance activities associated with the proposed water conveyance facilities would not be expected to generate solid waste such that there would be an increase in demand for solid waste management providers in the plan area and surrounding communities. Therefore, there would be no or minimal effect on solid waste management facilities. Do you understand that the overarching consequences to be that with respect to sediment removal, there's no material difference between alternative 4 and 4A?
I'm not familiar with this section of the EIR or EIS. I didn't have anything to do with preparing it, so I'm not really prepared to answer questions about this.
Do you disagree with those statements?
I don't have any opinion about the statements. I didn't work on this section of the EIR.
In preparing your testimony, were you aware of the estimated amount of sediment that would be removed under alternative 4A?
I was aware that sediment would be removed based on the diversions at the North Delta diversions, yes.
That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling.
Thank you, Ms. Priest. Thank you, Dr. Bryan.
Mr. Herrick, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chairs, board members, staff. Mr. Keeling asked questions on all my topics, so I will be very brief. I think there's just a couple of follow-on things I want to ask. Dr. Bryan, excuse me while I figure out where the heck I am. You touched on in some of your answers this issue of the predictive as opposed to the comparative issue with the models, and you stated that you had talked about that in preparation for this, correct? In one of your presentations, you were showing us how you thought the modeled changes in velocities did not significantly result in velocities above the 0.2. Do you recall that?
Is there a slide that you'd like to pull up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. If we can, I didn't bring that. Anyway, let me just say without looking at that, are you asking the board to rely on the numbers you've provided for changes in velocity or just the differences between the two scenarios?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
Well, if you show that velocity changes at a particular location result in numbers that are above 0.2, are you asking the board to make their decision based upon the actual numbers in the future will be above 0.2?
Well, if you look at the various locations that I analyzed, and maybe we could pull up the PowerPoint presentation, the DWR 8 errata, the combined version that we went through today. Just wanted to get us kind of on the same page. I can find it. Here we go. So why don't you pull up slide 31. So is this helpful to your question?
Yes. Yes, thank you. So in your direct testimony, I believe you were referring to the fact that the changes in velocity didn't typically result in any significant times when those numbers resulting numbers were above 0.2. In other words, 0.2 is the threshold you were talking about is when impacts on microcystis growth occurred.
No, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it that way. The information that I spoke to in my testimony, the slide that you're referring to is an earlier slide where I said that velocities above 0.2 feet per second become increasingly more challenging hydrodynamically for microcystis because the velocities, as they increase above 0.2 feet per second, you get more of the mixing and turbulence in the channel. So that's the point that I was making with the 0.2.
Yes, I wasn't trying to disagree with that. I was trying to restate it, which I did poorly. But what I'm trying to get at is, should we use your slide 31 as a representation of how often it will be above 0.2, or just the differences between different scenarios? Because that gets to the predictive versus comparative issue. And I thought when you were referencing the 0.2, you were making that predictive conclusion.
Like I said before, it's an interesting discussion we've had in this hearing about predictive and comparative. It's an important point, but when we use models, we want and expect them to be reasonably, at least in the ballpark of accurate to what we're talking about. So if you look at this slide, the reason that the flow velocities go to 0 is because you've got tidal movement in this channel. It reverses direction. So for minutes at the slack tide, you're going to be at 0, and then it's going to flow the other direction. So that's why you have a very low percent of the time that you have a 0 flow here. And then the rest of the probability exceedance plot is the model's best estimate of the frequency with which you get any other velocity in that channel. So the bulk of my analysis, I feel that DSM-2 does a reasonable job of indicating, we know we have slack tides out there. We know that when a channel reverses, it goes to 0 for a short amount of time. So if we had a figure like this that had nothing below 0.2 feet per second, we'd be suspect to the model because we know we have slack tides. So when we look at this, it is a reasonable representation of the kinds of velocities that you get on a 15-minute time step, absolute, regardless of direction, in Old River at Rock Slough. Once we have that...
So you are using it as a predictive tool?
No, I was just getting to that point.
Get to it quicker, please.
Yes, please.
Once we have a model that we think is worthy of looking at its output, meaning if the model had no ability to even predict a value in the right ballpark, we wouldn't use the model. So these models can provide a reasonable representation of the probability of exceeding any given velocity that you see on this plot. But where the real analysis comes in is, I don't care how much the model, whether it's precisely accurate, whether the frequency with which 0.4 feet per second is exactly 70% or what. I don't really care about that precision, so I'm not using it in a predictive fashion that way. I'm using it in a comparative fashion. So what it's telling me is that under the no action alternative, I'm going to see everything from 0 velocity at a slack tide all the way up to 1.2 feet per second. And I can see on the probability of exceedance plot how frequently I'm at or above any of those velocities. Then I do use the comparative mode approach because I want to see if the California WaterFix is causing those low flow conditions where microcystis would have an advantage to occur more frequently or less frequently than under the no action alternative. So the bulk of the analysis is certainly in the comparative mode.
I'll leave it at that.
But that was a fine question, Mr. Herring.
It started out as a fine one. Dr. Bryan, on page 29 of DWR 8, which is the original PowerPoint, you list, you identify those locations for which your analysis on velocities were made, correct?
Yes.
Now, does this analysis include the temporary barrier program being in operation during the whatever months it's normally in operating?
You'd have to ask the modelers that question.
Okay. Are you familiar with the barrier program in that it traps incoming tides to a great degree to hold levels that are as best as possible, but then does not let water flow back downstream when the tide goes out?
I'm not familiar with that, so you'd have to ask the modelers.
Okay, and I'm not trying to test you on something I don't know, but given the program where there are barriers that trap flows, did that go into your consideration as to changes in velocities that might occur if you have, I'm just representing possibly sloshing back and forth behind barriers and no net flow out of them or one way or another?
Well, what I guess I can say is the degree to which barriers are in place or not in place would be reflected in the modeled scenarios that I compared. So, but you'd have to ask the modelers what was in and what was out of each of those scenarios.
Okay. And lastly, this will be a generalization, so please object if you don't like it, but you went through the various factors, velocity and temperature and dissolved organic compounds and residence time. And my reading of your testimony, your conclusions, is that each one of those you analyzed and said, I don't think it significantly affects the frequency or magnitude of algal blooms, but I wonder if you've done an analysis that combines all those things. In other words, if we look at the worst case under each one of those scenarios, what level of impact will it have on HABs?
Yeah, I think, overall, in an analysis like mine, because it was rebuttal testimony and the folks that I was rebutting were making claims that temperature would cause increase in cyanobacteria, or flow would cause, reduced flow would cause increase. We analyze those individually, as we often do, just like when we do water quality analyses, we usually look at individual constituents at a time. But based on the analyses that I've done, I don't feel that temperature, when looked at in isolation, that temperatures would change sufficiently in the delta to affect microcystis. I don't feel that the hydrodynamic profile, the velocities, and the hydrodynamics that you get in the channels, the turbulence and mixing, would change substantially between the scenarios, the WaterFix scenarios and the no-action alternative, to cause an effect on microcystis. So although I went through them individually, I would also say that when you combine them, when you combine the effects of the California WaterFix temperature and velocity, I would still not expect to see that to cause a substantial difference in microcystis dynamics in the delta. I just don't think it's substantial enough, even when added together, to cause notable differences in the dynamics of microcystis in the delta.
I appreciate your conclusion. I guess my question was more, the various protestants and parties are trying to analyze the effects. And if you give us a string of, as you put it, not significantly change the magnitude or frequency, and then you add 4 or 5 of those you don't think are significant together, on what basis can other people then determine whether or not your conclusion might be correct? Or should we just rely on your expertise? And there's no quantification of all these, what you label as not significance, together.
I'm going to object for a moment here. The question is rather unfair. Our rebuttal evidence is based upon the cases in chief of the other parties. If Mr. Herrick is asking why we didn't include in our rebuttal a scenario that was never brought up on the cases in chief of the other parties, it would have been objected to as improper rebuttal. So I suppose based on this line of questioning, we could certainly produce it during SIR rebuttal, but it's an unfair question to ask why the witness has not prepared something that goes beyond the other cases in chief.
Mr. Herrick has a point.
Perhaps, but the issue is who has the burden of proof. So when the issue arises and then the petitioners say, well, we're just rebutting, we're not going to show you what we think the effects are, then there's an argument that they haven't met their burden of proof. So the witness doesn't have to answer that. I was just trying to bring that issue to the forefront because it is other people trying to make decisions based upon nobody having done a combined analysis. But
Thank you, Mr. Herrick,
very
and
much.
I look forward to reading that in your closing brief. Okay, with that, we'll next, and I believe our final cross-examiner today will be Ms. Meserve. And then tomorrow we'll have Ms. Tabor and Ms. Desjardins, which means that we will get to your remaining panel 2 tomorrow, Mr. Mizell. And since I see Ms. Nickel also still here, let me go ahead and address the notice that North Delta Water Agency served on the department to request that Dr. Nader Tarani appear as a witness for North Delta, and to request that he bring specified documents or other evidence to the hearing. We will be issuing a written ruling forthcoming that will have further detail on this. But for now, I want you to be aware that, actually, let me also acknowledge that DWR submitted a motion for a protective order seeking to vacate North Delta's notice. And like I said, we'll be issuing a written ruling on this. But for tomorrow's purposes, Dr. Nader Turhani will not be required to appear separately on behalf of North Delta, provided that he appears as a rebuttal witness for DWR as proposed and is subject to cross-examination on the modeling identified in North Delta's notice. In addition, Dr. Nader Turhani will not be required to bring to the hearing any documents or other evidence that DWR has already provided to North Delta or made publicly available. Mr. Nader Turhani should bring to the hearing any documents or other evidence described in North Delta's notice that have not been provided already. And while I don't think it was specifically clear, let me add, Ms. Nickel, that while Dr. Nader Turhani will not be required to appear separately as your witness, you will be allowed in the conduct of your cross-examination to explore some of the topics you identified.
Thank you. That's very helpful to know in advance. Appreciate the notice. A couple of questions for clarification. One maybe for Mr. Mizell. And the first one is, our notice was not specific to Dr. Nader Turhani. If Dr. Nader Turhani is the appropriate witness to direct these questions to, we're happy to do that while he's appearing with his panel, but we just want to confirm that he's the right person to ask.
He will be the person who will be appearing, and you may ask him your questions.
And if he says no, we'll have to, I think, raise the issue again.
We'll address that if we come to that.
And then my second question for clarification is whether documents made publicly available, that means made publicly available anywhere and not necessarily submitted into the record, correct? He doesn't have to bring
as long as you
those.
have access to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Mizell?
Not about the ruling, no. As for tomorrow and the appearance of witnesses, I'm going to offer a proposal that we have Ms. Sargent appear tomorrow. I know that a number of folks, and I have talked about this over the break, and I don't believe it has raised any objection so far, but she has a rather discreet portion of testimony, and it might be nice to have that presented on its own at this point so that the modelers and the operators can appear beginning on the 4th as a
You are
cohesive whole.
changing again on me, because I believe your initial projection was that Ms. Sargent, Mr. Lehi, Dr. Nader Turhani, Mr. Munivar, and 3 other witnesses will be appearing together as a panel. And now you are suggesting that Ms. Sargent appear tomorrow by herself.
That is correct. You've run this rebuttal hearing very efficiently, and I am attempting to make sure that my witnesses can be available when you want them. Ms. Sargent has a discrete piece of testimony, and therefore she can appear on her own without too much disruption to the rest, whereas the operators and the modelers really are overlapping. And as you indicated before, we want to avoid the he said, she said sort of back and forth between asking questions of one and being referred to the other.
Assuming and not hearing any objection? Maybe. Are you as annoyed as I am that there are these last-minute changes, Ms. Belair?
It doesn't annoy me. I actually liked Mr. Mizell's proposal to have fixed dates, to be frank, so that this would not be an issue. I didn't like necessarily the dates he proposed, but I did like the idea of fixed dates for that reason. I actually have a mandatory court appearance tomorrow, and so I was going to ask to go out of order to cross-examine that panel at the end, whenever the next day of hearing would be.
But now it's not a panel.
But now it's not a panel, and so it puts me at a bit of a disadvantage because I will not be here tomorrow to cross-examine Ms. Sargent.
And did you wish to cross-examine Ms. Sargent?
I did. It may be that by the time it gets to me, the questions are done, in which case I will, try to watch the video if it's available over the weekend, and I could notify someone that I don't need to cross-examine her anymore. I'm happy to do that. But that does cause a problem for me if she goes by herself tomorrow.
Because Mr. Mizell is springing forth this last change on us, and because you were kind enough to be here today to allow us some pre-warning of your unavailability, I will make sure that in the event Ms. Sargent needs to come back on Thursday? When are we meeting next? After Thursday? Thursday. In the event that she needs to come back for you to conduct your cross-examination, she will be required to do so.
I appreciate that, and I will try my very best to make sure that I let Mr. Mizell know if I don't need to cross-examine her so as to not inconvenience her. I appreciate
Let us know as well.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other housekeeping item, if I may. I'm not sure that, well, we don't know how long cross-examination of Ms. Sargent will take, and it looks like we probably will finish with Land's cross-examination of this panel today, which would only, according to my notes, leave us with about an hour and a half worth of cross-examination of this panel, plus any redirect or recross. So I'm not sure that we can fill the day tomorrow solely with Ms. Sargent's cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrich, for pointing that out.
If it's the board's pleasure, I can also produce additional witnesses, but I would indicate that once we bring forth the operators or the modelers into separate panels, then Mr. Oceandesco very well might have a busier job.
I seem to recall when we reconvened when did we last? On Tuesday, was it Tuesday? Yes, all the days come together. I believe it was Mr. Becerra who raised this issue in pointing out that Dr. Nader Tarani appeared on the unavailability list that you provided, Mr. Mizell. And I recall you saying at that time in response to Mr. Becerra's question that you would make your witness available when they are called.
That is true. That is why this is a proposal, not a edict. I'm asking that we make this accommodation. It was Mr. Munever who does not have availability this week, but I can attempt to get him back in state and make him appear tomorrow.
If we need to get to that panel, or the remainder of panel 2, then please make sure that your available witnesses are here. And as we have allowed you flexibility and other parties flexibility in the past to have witnesses appear out of sequence as long as they're still within the time of your presentation of rebuttal, we will allow you that flexibility. But I expect that if we finish with Ms. Sargent tomorrow, that you will have your witnesses available to continue with your presentation of rebuttal.
Very good. Thank you.
John Herrick, South Delta. I just want to clarify whether it's going to be one part of that panel to follow Ms. Sargent, or all of them are going to be here just for the preparation for any potential cross if we get to it. So if Ms. Sargent is done sometime tomorrow, are we putting on one or more of the panel, or is the whole panel going to try to present? Because we supported his idea.
His remaining the remainder of his panel 2 consists of 6 people. Is that correct, Mr. Mizell?
That is correct.
Stephanie Moore, State Water Contractors. Would it be possible to get an estimate of who plans and the timing of cross-examining Ms. Sargent, since Mr. Munevar, as Mr. Mizell stated, is out of the state, and so
This is the petitioner's
allegedly.
the petitioner's petition to the State Water Board. It is the petitioner's responsibility to have their witnesses available in state, knowing the dates in advance, in order to assure all parties fair and equal access and participation in this hearing. So I am not at all sympathetic.
But I'm not trying to ask for your sympathy. I'm just trying to understand for everybody in the hearing room, for purposes of cross-examination and coordinating schedules, if it looks like that panel will go on tomorrow, or if Ms. Sargent is going to have a long cross-examination. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm just trying to understand and make
Keep
it
in mind
fair
that-
to all participants who have to prepare for cross-examination.
Keep in mind, however, that not all parties are present here today. Not all parties are required to be present here today. They may show up tomorrow. Now that they know Ms. Sargent will be up for her rebuttal testimony and cross-examination. So yes, I could ask for an estimate of time, and thank you again, Mr. Mizell, for dumping this on us at the last minute, but it may not truly reflect the level of cross-examination Ms. Sargent might be subject to.
Thank you.
On that note, who present here today plans on cross-examination of Ms. Sargent, and for how long?
Meredith Nickel on behalf of North Delta Water Agency. We have probably 30 minutes of cross-examination from Ms. Sargent.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel.
John Herrick, South Delta Parties. Mr. Dean Reese will be conducting it, I believe, maybe up to a half hour.
Dustin Cooper on behalf of Group 7. I would anticipate about 30 minutes.
Kelly Tabor on behalf of City of Stockton. Just a couple of questions, very short, few minutes.
Jennifer Spalletta, and it would be not tomorrow, but it'd be about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Deirdre Desjardins, and if I had to estimate today, it would be about half an hour, but I was going to look at her testimony more tonight. Thank you.
Hi, Tim Wachewski for the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. Maybe 15 minutes.
So we obviously will be through with Ms. Sargent, with the exception of calling her back on Monday for Ms. Spalletta if necessary. Not Monday, I'm sorry, Thursday. We should be done with Ms. Sargent by no later than mid-afternoon. Are we done? Are there other surprises, Mr. Mizell? All right. Ms. Meserve, thank you for your patience. What I intended to be a short announcement.
You never know around here. All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Bryan, Dr. Owen, Priest. Let's see. So the areas I was going to cover was a little bit about the preparation of the testimony, what went into that, injury versus effects in terms of what we're here for in the hearing, the preparation of the final EIR versus the draft EIR in terms of residence time, and the limits of modeling. And I think, yes, Mr. Mizell won't mind if I go long, I'm afraid, but I shall try to keep it to a half hour for Wednesday. Okay, so most of my questions are for Mr. Bryan. First is, you are the lead preparer of the water quality chapter of the EIR for this project, is that correct?
Yes, I served as the principal in charge, and a number of my staff worked with me on that chapter.
And you're very familiar with the EIR process, I assume?
Yes.
Can you just state your general understanding of why we prepare EIRs? What's the purpose?
Well, first and foremost, maybe to comply with CEQA, but the EIRs, EISs are prepared to analyze the effects of projects on the environment so that decision makers can make decisions with full knowledge of the environmental effects that may occur upon those projects being implemented.
And what about with respect to mitigation? What's the requirement?
Objection. This goes beyond the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
The reason I'm asking about this is because this is a hearing about whether there's injury to legal users of water. His testimony actually doesn't speak to that. It speaks to something that sounds a little bit more like an effect and significance, and I'm just trying to understand his testimony in the context of this proceeding.
Again, this is rebuttal testimony to points that were raised by others, and nobody raised this point.
That is correct, Ms. Meserve. Can you reframe the question?
I should try.
And frankly, it sounds like legal argument.
Try, Ms. Meserve, and then I'll...
Well, I believe that the testimony which is being, that this was prepared to rebut actually spoke in terms of injury to legal uses and users of water in the Delta. And the rebuttal from the petitioners doesn't really speak to that. So I'm trying to understand what the expert is, what he thought he was demonstrating. So I think if you give me a tiny bit of rope, it won't take long, and I think it is obvious.
All right.
Thanks. Do you, Dr. Brian, correct? Okay. Do you know generally what the purpose of part 1 of the proceeding is, in which you are an expert witness, correct? What is the purpose?
Objection relevance.
To opine on the ultimate question we are here for, right?
No,
And
he's here, he is
Hold
here
on.
to rebut
Mr.
testimony.
Berliner, what was your question, Ms. Meserve?
What is his understanding of what the purpose of part 1 proceeding is?
No, let's be more focused on that question, please.
Let me move on then. Is it your understanding that petitioners have the burden to show there is no injury in this proceeding?
Objection relevance.
Sustain. Ms. Meserve, focus on his rebuttal.
Okay. Did you consider the issue of injury in your preparing your testimony?
Objection relevance.
When you use the term effect in your testimony, what do you mean?
When I use the term effect, when we're analyzing the effects of projects, so in this case, the California WaterFix being implemented, and I'm making comparisons between the California WaterFix and the no action alternative, there can be any number of environmental effects. An effect can be a change in temperature. An effect can be a change in flow or flow velocity. These are all environmental effects of the action being implemented. Then what we do in impact assessments, to use that term, is we first do an assessment to understand the frequency and magnitude of the effect, and then we in turn look at whether that frequency and magnitude of the effect would cause an adverse impact. We've been talking a lot about microcystis, so does the change in frequency and magnitude of velocities, or does the change in frequency and magnitude of temperature rise to the level that they would change microcystis dynamics in the delta, such that it would maybe cause more frequent blooms and be an adverse effect? So that's the nature of the assessment.
And so were you looking at whether there was any effect at all, or whether it was a substantial, or what kind of effect?
Well, again, if you look at the approach that I've taken in my analyses, wherever possible, they're based on quantitative modeling output. And so the modeling, as you've seen in the presentation, it shows quantitatively those effects. It shows the change in frequency and occurrence of velocities. It shows the change in frequency and occurrence of temperatures. So it does show those effects. I then interpret what those effects mean to microcystis, or what a change in bromide might mean to formation of disinfection byproducts at a water treatment plant. So assessments always start with understanding the environmental change, and then they go from that to what would be the adverse effect from that environmental change. Or if there would be an adverse effect.
Right. So when you opine that there would not be a very big difference between the different modeled outputs, are you saying there is no effect?
How are you using the term effect in this question?
Well, I'm trying to get at the relevance of the opinions you've stated here in response to the protestants, because it speaks to me in terms of an EIR consultant talking about environmental impacts. And so that's where I'm trying to put it in context into our proceeding here. So I think it's very relevant, and I think we've been probably squishy about this concept, and we should not be. But anyway, back to questions. Am I allowed to ask any more questions about how he analyzed it or not? Because I want to ask him. Well, so for instance, the ultimate question with the HABs here in the EIR was whether there was a potentially significant environmental effect, correct?
If you want to phrase it in CEQA lingo, the question would be, is there a significant adverse effect? Yes.
Right. And the EIR found that there was not after mitigation, correct?
For which?
For water quality impact 32, HABs formation.
I don't think it introduced mitigation. I think it just found that there would not be a significant adverse effect.
So in your experience here as an expert today, are you opining that that means there is no injury?
I'm going to object as to vagary on the use of the word injury as to whether we're using it in the legal context before the board or in some other fashion.
Ms. Meserve?
Well, I think it's very relevant, and I think I want to know what his definition of injury is. So
he's a scientist. I don't know that he has a definition of injury.
In preparing for this testimony, were you advised as to what injury is in this context?
Dr. Bryan, did you use the term injury in your rebuttal testimony?
No, I did not.
In your preparation, did you discuss that in terms of being prepared to enter this proceeding?
Well, I guess I could give you my 2 cents worth on this topic since we're in as deep as we are here. I feel that my responsibility as a scientist is to do an environmental analysis and bring factual information forward to share with this board on, first, as I said, it's kind of a two-step process. What would be the environmental changes due to implementing the California WaterFix relative to what those environmental conditions would be under the no-action alternative? Then I analyzed those changes, those differences, to see if adverse things would happen. In the case of microcystis, would implementation of the California WaterFix cause an increased frequency and magnitude of cyanobacteria blooms either upstream of the delta or in the delta? My testimony said no, that would not happen. Yes, there are environmental changes due to implementing the California WaterFix. We can see them in the modeling output. I analyzed them, but no, they would not rise to the level that would cause significant adverse changes in the frequency or magnitude of cyanobacteria. I feel it's my responsibility as a scientist to stop there. You now have, the board has that information, and I've always felt it's more of a legal determination that this board will make based on my, for lack of a better term, impact assessments, whether you think what I have found constitutes injury to a legal user of water or not. I think that's your determination.
Thank you.
Let's see. Looking at your CV, DWR 33, there isn't any mention of experience with HABs. Do you have direct experience yourself studying HABs in the Delta?
Not until this project.
And that would be beginning when?
Oh, a number of years ago, I guess.
And your CV says 2008. However, there was no discussion of HABs, for instance, in the case in chief or in the draft EIR. So when did you begin looking at HABs with this project?
Like I said, a couple of years ago.
2 or 3 years ago, maybe?
Well, I don't know if it was 2 or 3, but it was as a part of preparing the environmental impact report, EIR, EIS.
Do Do you consider yourself to be an expert on HABs as a result of this couple of years of experience?
Yes.
According to the testimony presented by, is it also Dr. I'm sorry, Priest? Yeah, thank you. She contributed significantly to the testimony and reports you're presenting today. Can you tell me why Ms. Priest doesn't present any substantive testimony, even though Dr. Priest appears to have more substantive expertise?
I have had a longer involvement on this project, and I have the expertise that was required to do the rebuttal assessments. Dr. Priest assisted me in these rebuttal assessments because of her expertise on algae in particular.
With respect to the reports, DWR 651 and 653, did you prepare those?
Yes, I did.
Did Dr. Priest assist in preparing those?
Yes.
Is there any plan for peer review of those documents, 653 and 651?
Do I personally have any plans for that?
Or was, yes.
Not at this time.
Did anyone review and comment on those reports prior to them being submitted here, outside of your office?
DWR Legal.
Who at DWR Legal?
Mr. Mizell.
Let's see. So on the final EIR, your firm prepared the water quality chapter of both the draft and the final EIR, correct?
That's correct.
Or you were the lead consultant, I guess, is the best. For the analysis of the new diversions under the tunnels project, did you make any substantive changes to the discussion of HABs in the final EIR?
We added some additional detail to the final.
Did you change the discussion of the significance of residence time as a factor in the formation of HABs?
Can you clarify your question?
The draft EIR discusses residence time as one of the important factors. I'm wondering in the revisions, which were not provided in Redline, but I prepared myself, I noticed some changes, and I'm wondering if you can explain what you did differently in the final EIR with respect to residence time.
I'm not sure I understand the question still.
Your testimony states that increased residence time alone does not equate to microcystis bloom frequency or magnitude. It's uncertain how cyanoHABs would react. This is DWR page 16 to 17, 81, sorry. And that is reflected in the final EIR as new text. So there's would it be fair to say that the weight of residence time as a factor was lightened in the final EIR?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. The relative changes between versions of the EIR EIS was not presented as part of Dr. Bryan's rebuttal analysis. If Ms. Meserve would prefer to focus on the details of his testimony, I'm happy to let that proceed.
Ms. Meserve, how is the question that you just asked linked to the rebuttal testimony Dr. Bryan presented?
Because the report, 653's discussion of residence time is exactly the same as the final EIR, and that's entirely new text from the draft. So I'm just, wondering what changed in terms of science between the draft EIR, the revised draft and the final with respect to residence time.
Can you ask him instead whether the discussion of residence time in his rebuttal testimony was new information developed
A good question, yes.
Try that, Ms. Missouri.
Okay. Is the discussion of residence time in the final EIR based on new information or new science that was developed subsequently to the revised draft?
No, I wouldn't say it's new science. I think, as I already indicated, when the draft EIR came out, there was no discussion of microcystis at all. So by the time we got to the final EIR, knowing that there was more interest in that topic, we increased the detail of our analysis for microcystis in the final EIR to provide more information in the EIR EAS. And so that's when that additional information pertaining to residence time that you're speaking to came in. It's just more detailed discussion is what I would characterize it as.
However, isn't opinion, 6 of DWR 81 that increased residence time alone does not equate with microcystis frequency, et cetera, and that is reflected in the final EIR. But you would agree that it is a factor, and it is one of the 4 main factors that you list in the final EIR, correct?
Well, yeah, and again, residence time, if you think about residence time and what it really does for microcystis, residence time is not in and of itself necessarily a primary, what I would call a primary driver. The primary drivers are you need to have the right water temperature, you need to have a calm, stable water column, you can't have all the turbulence and mixing that we've been talking about because microcystis can't do well under those conditions and outcompete other algae. So you have to have all these other what we call abiotic environmental factors such as turbulence and mixing, temperature, and biotic factors, the competition with other algae, all have to come together for microcystis to form a bloom. That's why Dr. Priest interjected earlier about the study that's been done by SWRCB et al. In the Deepwater Ship Channel. It always has long residence times every summer. Yet in 2012, it produced a large bloom. In 2009, which had extremely similar environmental conditions, it did not produce a large bloom. So what residence time really does is when microcystis can form a large bloom because everything else happens and it's blooming, those cells are either going to get washed downstream, flushed away from that region, or they're going to accumulate in that region. So when you have long residence times, they get to accumulate. The population keeps growing and accumulates a larger and larger bloom at that location. So do you see the difference between being a primary driver versus almost an accommodating factor? It can allow microcystis bloom to last longer or become larger, but it's not necessarily a primary driver to initiate a microcystis bloom.
Okay. So, however, I'm trying to find what exhibit number it is, sorry. In the final EIR, however, it lists 4 factors and it doesn't say which ones are primary versus secondary. Warm temperatures, nutrient availability, water column irradiance and clarity, and 4th, flows and long residence times. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. That's on page 8-196. And
all of those are primary factors. And when the last one you listed, it may have listed it as flow and residence time. But really, the primary factor associated with flow is what we've been talking about today, is velocity and turbulence. And whether you have a calm, stable water column that microcystis likes or a turbulent, well-mixed water column that it doesn't like. That's a primary factor right along with temperature and the other factors that you listed. Residence time itself, when you focus on it as an isolated factor, I would not call a primary factor. I would call that almost, for lack of a better term, an accommodating factor that can allow cells to accumulate in a given area versus being flushed away with a shorter residence time.
Okay. In your DWR 81, maybe we could look at it to make it a little easier, at page
Ms. Meserve, let me also interrupt here. We have a hard stop at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And I do need at least a few minutes to try to clarify with Mr. Mizell who all will be appearing tomorrow. So if you have just a few minutes, or did you want to stop now? Is now a good?
Stop now, and then I'll try to be better organized. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. All right, Mr. Mizell, let's all take a deep breath. And Ms. Sargent will appear tomorrow by herself. If Ms. Spalletta informs us that she still needs to cross-examine Ms. Sargent, Ms. Sargent will be required to return next Thursday for that.
Absolutely.
Assuming we get done with Ms. Sargent's testimony and cross-examination, who do you propose to call up next?
I'm currently in touch with all of my witnesses on the remainder of panel 2 as you requested, and I am attempting to book flights for Mr. Moonever. John Lehi is in an Oroville emergency briefing the most of the morning, but it appears, based on the remainder of time we have on this panel and the estimated times for Ms. Sargent, that we will not get to the remainder of panel 2 until after lunch. That will be compatible with that other briefing. So as long as we don't get to the remaining panel before 1 p.m., we should have John Lehi as well. In that case, we would have the remaining panel 2 witnesses, assuming that there are no flight delays.
All right. So for Mr. Herrick's purpose, because he was the one who asked the question of preparing to conduct cross-examination, ask your question again. Kyle? Ooh.
I hear that a lot too. I didn't understand that, no offense. Does that mean all of the rest of that panel is coming in at 1 tomorrow, or portions of the rest of that panel?
It was my understanding that the hearing officers preferred to have all of the panel ready to go tomorrow, and that's what I'm attempting to do.
All right. It is 5:57. It's been a long day. Thank you all. We will see you at 9:30.